Good evening, everyone, on the television side and here in person as well, and on the Zoom side. The agenda this evening has some things I think are worth perhaps repeating. They've been said before, but not this evening, and so just so everyone is up to date as to what the status of the agenda item is I'm going to cover briefly some items that are under old business. The first two concern property at 1 Congress Street. The first one is variances, and the which deal with as a result of a administrative decision, and the second one is for the same property, and that deals with variances as well. So those will not be heard tonight. They will be heard in July, at the regular meeting in July. The third item under old business is a request of the owners of 108 Burkett Street to be postponed to July also. And the fourth item under old business is a withdrawal of the request of 634 Sagamore Development, LLC, for property located at that address, 635 Sagamore Avenue, that proposed 5 new homes. That has been withdrawn by the applicants, which means that the process, if it's to go forward at all in front of this board or other city boards, has to start from ground zero as though it were a new application, which in fact it is. That's distinct from a postponement that I announced earlier. So if anyone's here just to hear that project, it will not be heard this evening. And we don't know when it will be heard, but again, it will be advertised as a new project if and when it has to come before this board or other boards as well. So having dealt with that, let me just briefly go over the ground rules that we follow, the format, if you will, for this evening's business. In each case, I'll read the description of the proposal that's before the board, and then ask the presenter of the project to come up and explain it to us so that we have an opportunity to hear it and perhaps ask questions. And if there are no questions, we'll just proceed directly to speakers. First, we'll ask for people who speak in favor of the project. Secondly, we'll ask for people who speak in opposition to the project. And thirdly, we'll ask 2 for or against, who is anybody as it indicates, 2 for or against, or is just neutral and just want to make comments. When you're speaking in presentation form, the limitation is 15 minutes, unless you feel that that's inadequate, in which case we'll ask that the presenter request a 5-minute extension from the board before he or she or they start speaking. And secondly, with respect to the speakers 2 or against or in favor, any of those, we ask that the people speak for no more than 5 minutes. In the 2 mode, we ask 2 for or against mode, there is no time limitation. However, we ask that people be sure to be concise and speak just to the pertinent points. So that's the format, and having said all that, let's move on to the first item under new business, which is item A, and it reads as follows.
The minutes first.
The minutes, I'm sorry. I'm jumping over my stuff here. Yes, we had minutes provided to the members of the board for April 26th, May 17th, and May 24th. And let's take those separately. Is someone on the board prepared to make a comment or perhaps a motion with respect to the minutes of April 26th, 2022?
I move to approve the minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi. Is there a second? Mr. Mantle, thank you. Mr. Rossi, your motion.
Having reviewed the minutes, I found them to be an accurate reflection of the discussion. I therefore move that they be approved.
Thank you. Mr. Mantle?
I defer to Mr. Rossi.
An agreement. Okay, thank you very much. Same question for the minutes of May 17th, 2022. Does someone have a comment or perhaps a motion? Ms. Margerson.
Yes, on page 7, the third line from the top,
It misquotes me. It says here, she said it was clear that the applicant didn't want the building to go past 40 feet, et cetera. What I said was, she said it was clear that the ordinance didn't want the building to go past 40 feet. So I would just
Okay.
request that change be made.
Thank you. Do you wish to make a motion other than that, everything being satisfactory?
Yes, with that change, I would move that the minutes be approved as written.
Thank you. Second to that motion? Mr. McDonald, thank you. Mr. Hodgson, your motion, please.
Nothing other to add.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McDonald, anything further?
I have nothing to add.
Thank you very much. Okay, our third and last section with meetings is May 24th, 2022, and who has a motion? Ms. Margison?
I have a comment, and it's on page 3. It's the third full paragraph. It says, Ms. Margison said there was a lot of wetlands on the property. Environmental contamination was found at community campus. Community campus should be in caps, but the substantive thing is, she asked that if that was part of applicant's property. I just want to clarify that I know that the community campus is not part of the applicant's property. So I'm not really sure what that meant.
Okay.
Probably just delete that sentence.
Okay, perhaps Joanne can check the tape. Okay, thank you. Second to that motion, please. Is that a motion to approve with that comment?
Yes.
Thank you. Second on that? Anybody second the motion? Mr. McDonald, thank you. Ms. Margison, your motion.
It's ready to be approved with that correction.
Thank you. Mr. McDonald? You all set?
I have nothing to add to that.
Thank you very much. Okay. Is everyone in favor of the motions to approve all 3 minutes?
Aye.
As commented? Yes, aye. Aye. Anybody else? Any objections? None. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, votes unanimous to approve the minutes as modified by comment. So,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
can I make a motion to take items J and K out of order and dispense with those right now?
I was going to do that. Yes. These are the last 2 items on the Mr. Mantle just referred to, the last 2 items on the agenda this evening, and in terms of saving perhaps someone some time, the item J, I'm going to read the whole item as it is on the agenda, and the request will be to postpone. So namely, it reads this way: request to postpone the request of James Williams Woods and Ann Roline Minardi, owners, for property located at 1 Walton Alley, whereas relief is needed to construct a 1-story, 12 by 18-foot detached garage, which requires the following. Variances from section 10.573.20 to allow a 1.5-foot side yard where 10 feet is required, and B, a 5-foot rear yard where 13 feet 10 inches is required. Said property is located on Assessor Map 103 as Lot 27 and lies within the General Residence B, GRB, and Historic Districts. And the request, again, is to postpone.
Make a motion to grant the request to postpone?
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second, Mr. Lee, thank you. Mr. McMantle, your motion, please.
A request to postpone? Obviously, when they're ready, they'll come back.
Yeah. Mr. Lee?
Nothing to add.
Thank you. Okay, those in favor of approving the request to postpone to a time determined by the applicants, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. Thank you. And the last item on the agenda this evening, excuse me, is a withdrawal, and it reads as follows: request of Coventry Realty LLC owner for property located at 111 State Street, requesting an appeal of the administrative decision that variances are required from section 10.521 for the proposed additions to provide code-compliant egress, or variances from section 10.521 to allow A, 93% building coverage where 90% is the maximum allowed, and B, 3.5% open space where 10% is the minimum required. 2, a variance from section 10.321 to allow a non-conforming building or structure to be extended, reconstructed, or enlarged without conforming to the requirements of the ordinance. Said property is located on Assessor Map 107 as Lot 50 and lies within the Character District 4, CD4, and the historic downtown overlay districts. And I just read the whole thing because it is a withdrawal, and it won't be coming back to us at any time certain. So this doesn't need a motion because it's an action by the applicants, which will require them to start the process in front of these boards all over again, if they so choose to do. So that completes the sort of preliminary business. So let's go to the first item that we can actually vote on this evening. It's under new business, and it reads as follows. The request of Michael Lucas, owner, for property located at 45 Coffins Court, whereas relief is needed to renovate, says it's not worded properly, for renovation of the existing structure, including new dormers, second-story bathroom over an existing one-story addition, and a new second-story open porch, which requires the following. 1, variances from section 10.521 to allow A 1-foot rear yard where 20 feet is required, B, a 0-foot right side yard where 10 feet is required, C, an 8-foot left side yard where 10 feet is required, D, a 3-foot front yard where 5 feet is required, and E, 57% building coverage where 35% is the maximum allowed. 2, a variance from section 10.321 to allow a non-conforming building or structure to be expanded, reconstructed, or enlarged without conforming to the requirements of the ordinance. Said property is located on Assessor Map, on Assessor Map 135 as Lot 55 and lies within the General Residence C, GRC district. Who presents this proposal to the board, please?
Good evening. My name is Herb Lloyd. Unfortunately, Mr. Lucas couldn't be here this evening. He was traveling back to Portsmouth this morning and is still in the process of traveling back to Portsmouth. His flight was significantly delayed. Do you need any other information about, like, my address or where I live, or?
Yes, your address and yes, please.
Yes, I live at 5 Ruth Street in Portsmouth, so I am a Portsmouth resident.
All right, thank you. Are you a contractor on the project?
I am not.
Okay.
I've been working, a good friend of Mike's, and I've been working with him as he's put this request in.
Okay, thank you. That's just for clarity. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
absolutely. So I'm very familiar with it. A couple quick updates on this. Number one, the variance. On the right-hand side of the building, Mr. Lucas has, since this has been submitted, has received a survey back, and the surveyor determined that on the right side of the yard, there's a 2-foot setback from the property line. And the other correction, based on the surveyor's report, which just came back, is 1C, and on the left-hand side, there's a 6-foot setback from the property line instead of an 8-foot setback. So if those corrections could be noted,
Okay.
that would be appreciated.
Okay.
So based on the relief that's being asked for, if the board is okay, I'll just walk through the work that's being done.
Yes, please. And if you would address the 5 criteria, if you.
Yes,
Oh,
absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, so the first piece of work that's being done is on the second floor, a 90-square-foot addition. So currently, there is a first floor section of the building that has a roof on it. So the proposal is to put a second story over that piece. So that'll be the additional 90 feet that sits on top of the existing 90 feet. Okay, any questions about adding that on?
We'll go for questions after you.
Okay, that
after you
sounds
finish.
great. The next item is framing a 70-square-foot second floor open porch over an existing roof that is currently there. It's currently a covered porch. The next item is framing a 70-square-foot second story, 70-square-foot second story porch or deck on the back in the rear of the house, which doesn't exist today. And the lastly is raising the roof ridge by 2 feet to achieve 8-foot ceiling height in the attic. And the criteria for variances, the first one, would you like me to call out the numbers and discuss each one?
However you wish to do it. And
Okay.
if we have questions,
Sure.
we won't hesitate.
I'll continue to roll right through. So 10.233.21, the variance will not be contrary to the public interest. The improvements requested will not be contrary to the public interest. Rather, the improvements will benefit the public interest by making the property a safer home for occupants and neighbors, providing updated rental living space, increase the value of the surrounding homes, and generally enhance the neighborhood. And at this point, I would like to mention too that Mr. Lucas is planning on living at this location. He will rent, there's 2 units, he will rent one of the units, and he will live in the other unit himself. So just want to make that clear. The next variance, 10.233.22, the spirit of the ordinance will be observed. The improvements would strive to meet standards where possible and always be consistent with the spirit of the ordinance. The intent is to improve the property while staying true to the quality of the neighborhood. Next item is 10.233.23. Substantial justice will be done. The improvements requested would not create an unfair advantage or bias condition on the property as compared to the surrounding neighborhood. Next, 10.233.24. The values of the surrounding properties will not be diminished. Investing in the improvements to the property should substantially increase its value and thus also the values of the surrounding properties in the area. And I do just want to mention that as this property was purchased, there was a tremendous amount of deferred maintenance. So this building is not in great shape. It has not been maintained by the previous owner. So there will be a lot of value that is added in renovating this building. And then lastly, 10.233.22, literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship. No fair or substantial relationship exists between the general public purposes of this ordinance provision and the specific application of that provision to the property. The house occupies almost the entire lot, therefore an expansion, even to upgrade livability of the building, would result in a variance request. The addition is a reasonable request and will result in a safer home, an updated rental living space, improve the value of the surrounding properties, and generally enhance the neighborhood. The adjacent neighbors support the project, and included in the packet that was submitted are that attestation from the neighbors for their support of this project. Okay. Any questions?
Any questions from the board at this point? Anything at all? Anybody? Mr. Rossi?
Yes, I have one question on one point that I'm a little bit confused on, and that is the statement about work requiring variance request. Why does the 2-foot roof ridge increase, height increase, require a variance? It's still within 35 feet of the height restriction, correct?
It's because it's within the setbacks.
Oh, okay,
So if vertical expansion within the setbacks
got it. Okay, thank you.
requires,
Anybody else at this point? No, apparently not. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Is anyone present who wishes to speak in favor of this application? Anyone who wishes to speak in favor? Mr. Stith, anybody on our friendly Zoom call?
No.
No? Okay. Anybody present who wishes to speak in opposition? Anybody present in opposition? Same Zoom? No. Clear on Zoom? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Comment? Board to get the,
So you're doing 2 for against, because we do have a hand raised.
oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
We-
What's
We do have a hand raised on Zoom.
Okay.
Lisa McMahon.
Yes, hi, this is Lisa McMahon, hailing from the West Coast. My husband and I are the owners of the LLC that owns 179 Union, the abutting property. I do have one question for the board. Seems that the encroachment on our property just wasn't addressed yet, and that is, I believe, on the, I guess you would call that the right side of the, well, the left side of the property if you're on the street facing the property. And that would be shown in the land survey that was just released. I would just like the board to comment on that, please.
How big is, where does this encroachment that you're speaking of show, and how big is it?
Well, it's quite hard to know how big, just because we only have a drawing of the survey that was released to our attorney, Doug McDonald, last week. He's, Keenan McDonald. He couldn't be here tonight, and my husband couldn't either, but I decided to hop on from my car to hear the discussion. And the area specifically is the border between our property, which is a rental property. It has 5 tenants, fully occupied. And the encroachment area is right where the stairway, I believe, of 45 Coffins Court. There's a stairway there that kind of is right up against Coffins Court. There's not a lot of room on this street as kind of an alleyway, as it in respect to our property. So there is some encroachment from the existing like cement stairs, I believe. I'm not looking at a picture, but I've looked at it last week, and that just hasn't been addressed anywhere. We also do have concerns about just the porch above as it relates to. We have other issues that aren't the concern of this board, but it's the landscaping that's been destroyed in our yard and things like that, which we're working on with Mike through Doug. But no one has mentioned anything about the encroachment. So I'd like the board to look at that and opine on it, please.
And so I believe this is Herb Lloyd, I believe what's being referenced is the current cement stairs that have been there for.
In the middle picture there, I think.
Yeah, that's correct.
If you could take the microphone with you, it'd be a help.
Yeah, based on the packet that was submitted to the committee, the board, those stairs are being removed. And so if there is concern about the location of those existing stairs in the property line, that will be remediated by those stairs being removed. You can see in the packet, the design change is to have the stairs come directly from the front door out to the street. And so, like I said, that will be remediated. So it should be a non-issue.
Ms. Margison?
So, and that is the right yard?
That's the left.
That's the left yard. So basically, you had said that the survey had showed that it's actually, the new structure will be 6 feet from the left yard line, not 8 feet.
The existing structure is 6 feet.
And the new structure will also be 6 feet.
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct. And there's actually, the left side of the building has a bump out right now, and that will be removed. There is, you'll see there's a bump out right there, and that will be removed. So I don't know how much of a difference that really makes or not.
Well, did the survey show that there was any encroachment on the neighbor's yard?
Yes.
Of the stairs, yeah, that I can't answer. I'm not that familiar with the survey.
Okay.
But like I said, those stairs, those cement stairs are being removed, as you can see, as part of the plan.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just a word perhaps would be for everyone who speaks, when we get talking about left and right side of properties, we get confused sometimes because some people mean facing the property with their back to the street, and other people mean as though we're standing on the property and facing and looking at the street. So you have to clarify it, which direction you're looking. Okay, that happens quite often. All right, is that anything else from her?
Do you know if that 6 feet is measured to the bump out or to the,
It's from the foundation.
okay, but not of the bump out, it's from the actual house
Yeah, no, that the little piece that bumps out on the left-hand side,
is probably closer than 6 feet?
I would, yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, but that, again, that will be remediated because
Right.
that's being removed, as you can see in the plan.
Yeah, that is clear on the plan. Yes. Okay. Okay, anybody else on the board for questions while we have the speaker up here? No? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, anybody else? Any last call, 2 for or against? Anybody, any speakers at all in the room? No? Anybody else on Zoom? Apparently not. Okay. We'll close the public hearing, and what's your pleasure on this one, board?
Mr. Chair?
Ms. Margison?
Yes, I would move to approve the variances as advertised and presented, and if I get a second, I'll state why.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion to approve? Mr. Mantle, thank you.
Second.
Ms. Margison, your motion, please.
Okay, so just as a preliminary matter, there's been a modification to the variance request, and the right yard is going from 0 feet to 2 feet. The left yard is going from 8 feet to 6 feet. It was advertised as more variance relief than we're actually, or,
It's actually the opposite.
Oh,
So I was going to suggest that you, if you're going to allow the 6 feet, that you stipulate that you allow that extra 2 feet for the left side yard.
but it is, they were asking for 8. Now they're asking for 6.
Which is
Right.
more of a variance.
So it's closer.
Oh, that's right, that's right. Okay, all right. So, so with the so how would you like me to state the stipulation?
Just to stipulate that if you want to stipulate both, that the right side yard is 2 feet and that the left side yard shall be 6 feet.
Okay, so I will stipulate that the right yard is 2 feet and the left yard is 6 feet. And then going to the criteria, taking the first in order, granting the criteria would not be contrary to the public interest and the spirit of the ordinance is observed. These yard setbacks are for the circulation of light and air and for emergency egress to yards. And although these are less than what is required, obviously that is the need for the variance. They are within what is the existing footprint, more or less. Also, the building coverage is larger. However, I will note that the lot area of the house is smaller than is minimally required. So taking those two together, I find that the variance is not contrary to the public interest and observes the spirit as to setbacks. The third criteria is granting the variance would do substantial justice. And for that, we have to show that there is no loss to the public. Wait, I'm getting this confused now. That there is any loss to the applicant must be outweighed by a gain to the public. I think that there's more of a loss to the applicant. I don't think the public gains very much from this. And the granting the variance number 4 would not diminish the values of surrounding properties. The surrounding properties will almost assuredly will absolutely be increased by the upgrade in the condition of this duplex house. And then finally, the unnecessary hardship test. The applicant has to prove that there are special conditions that distinguish it from other properties in the area. And owing to these special conditions, a fair and a substantial relationship does not exist between the general public purposes of the ordinance provision and the specific application of that provision to that property, and that the proposed use is a reasonable one. I'll note that this property is much smaller than its abutting properties. It has a much smaller lot area than its abutting properties, and therefore it has special conditions that differ it from the abutting properties. Therefore, there is no fair and substantial relationship between these side yard setbacks, given how tight this lot is and these purposes of the zoning. And the proposed use is a reasonable one. They are seeking to expand a existing structure, retain it as a duplex structure, and this is a use that is allowed by right in this zone, which is in the general residency zone.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mantle?
I totally agree with Mrs. Margison.
All set? Okay, nothing further? Okay. Anything further on the question from the board before we take a vote? And the motion is to approve as presented. Okay. All right. We'll start down, I'll call the vote then. We'll start down on the left, please. Mr. Rossi?
Yes.
Ms. Margison?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
And Mr. Mantle?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. You're approved. Okay. One down. Okay. Moving right along, we're going to take up item B under new business, which is as follows. The request of Portsmouth Savings Bank / Bank of New Hampshire owner for property located at 333 State Street, whereas relief is needed to alter existing internally illuminated wall signs, which require the following. 1, a variance from section 10.11261.30 to allow signs in the historic district to be internally illuminated where only external illumination is allowed. 2, a variance from section 10.1144.63 to allow luminaries used for sign illumination to be higher than 25 feet where 25 feet is the maximum allowed. 3, a variance from section 10.1281 to allow a non-conforming sign to be altered, reconstructed, replaced, or relocated without conforming to the ordinance. Said property is located on Assessor Map 116 as Lot 5 and lies within the Character District 4, CD4, Historic, and Downtown Overlay Districts. Who presents this project to the board, please?
Hi, good evening. My name is Brandon Currier. I'm from Barlow Signs, here representing TD Bank from Merrimack, New Hampshire, 75A Wire Road. So just to recap, as you mentioned, we're seeking variance approval from sections 10.1126.30 to allow for internal illumination where external is allowed, section 10.1144.63 to allow for a sign to be installed higher than 25 feet, and section 10.1281 to allow a non-conforming sign to be replaced without conforming to the new updated ordinance. So as you're familiar with this site, you know it's been operating in its current condition for more than 14 years as TD Bank. Over the years, signs have been installed and updated, awnings have been changed to keep this branch looking nice. With TD Bank, they have a current national rebrand project, and now it's time to refresh this location. This brand update has very specific guidelines, and they're in place to follow from location to location to ensure consistency among the national brand. With this location, we want the signs to be pristine and help the historical district continue to look great. TD has been enjoying the current placement and identification of these signs for many years. Since then, the code has changed in the historical district and has gotten stricter to preserve the look and feel of the area. We're proposing to remove and replace the 2 internally illuminated sign cabinets on the drive-through building with like kind to ensure cleanliness. So these cabinets are just slightly larger than the existing ones, and the reason behind that is to eliminate ghosting and existing damage from the mounting, so that can't be seen from the street. The current neighbors that face this sign are all businesses, so there'll be no issues with light pollution into the homes. As I mentioned, it will be internally illuminated. If these two signs are removed and relocated lower to fit within that 25-foot height restriction, it'd be detrimental. The shadows and holes would be seen by the public, which would in fact be a worse look than continuing to have that sign remain where it is. And then in addition to those signs, we will be replacing the wall sign on the main building in like kind, replacing the awnings with their new TD Bank green. We're going to be removing all the copy off that, so it won't say TD Bank on it as well. And then we're going to be repairing and painting that green band that wraps around the building that's currently in disrepair. So in conclusion, the public interest remains the same. Size increases a little bit, but again, it's to eliminate the ghosting, and so we can hide the damage from the removal. So there's going to be no issues to the public. Spirit of the ordinance, again, it's just to continue to improve the area to make consistent with their brand. The substantial justice section, it's not going to be it's not going to be unfair to anybody in the area as it already exists. Value of the property around, it's not going to diminish the value of any properties, again, because it already exists. And then for the hardship, as mentioned, it exists. Changes are going to be for the better. We're updating their brand. The color's changed slightly. I know it doesn't really look very different on your screens here, but the color is different. And then again, as mentioned, if it is removed and moved down, it will be an eyesore. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board at this point? Ms. Margerson?
So I understand what you said, that this is part of the corporate rebranding. However, as you said, they have gotten more strict with the signs in the historic district to specifically not allow for illumination. It's, you can see on one of these photos, it's a lovely side of the building where you can see the TD Bank logo there and some sort of historic looking lights. But what is the hardship to your property that you have to have illuminated signs where the rest of the district does not, or your abutting properties?
So we're continuing to keep consistent with what we have. It attracts customers to come into this area, to continue attracting business to this area. We would just like to continue to keep that ability to attract new customers, help the wayfinding public be attracted to this building. It is a two separate entity buildings, so this does help separate where the drive-through area is from where the main offices and buildings are.
So the bank is not open at night, though, however. Maybe the ATM is, but the bank itself is not open at night. So, and there's concerns, obviously, for light pollution. Obviously, internally illuminated light creates more light pollution than an externally illuminated sign, basically. And, clearly the intention for getting more strict with lighting in the historic district was to eliminate that. So, all right, thank you.
Yeah. I mean, if there's an adjustment that needs to be made to have opaque faces, so the white only comes through on the TD portion, I mean, that's an option that we can bring back to the client and have an adjustment. But having external illumination on a sign, I feel like there'd be more pollution on the building itself than having just a smaller portion on that sign, just projecting a low luminance of light through that TD section, because it is the white it's not clear, so you're not going to be able to see the LEDs through it, so it will be faded down a bit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Mr. McDonald?
I just have one question. I'm kind of wondering why you're here. This is the Board of Adjustment. We hear appeals. Have you been denied something by another board or commission in the city?
Our permit manager was told that we would need to come in front of you because of the height restriction as well as the illumination. We haven't been in front of any other boards for this.
So you understand you're going to get to meet the Historic District Commission before you would change any lights?
I'm not sure what that process would be. Is that the next? Would that be the next step? Or
Any sign that needs a variance in the historic district also needs historic district approval.
okay. Now, was that noted? Were we supposed to do that before?
No.
Oh, okay.
You
All
do
right.
that after.
I misunderstood. I thought you were saying that that had to have been done before I attained this or came here in front of this board.
No, talking with the Historic District Commission, we'll give you some guidance about what is likely to get approved and not. But
Okay.
I just wanted to know if you had appeared before any other boards or commissions, and you've not. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else, any comments initially here? Anything at all? No? Okay, thank you. Let's see if there's anyone present who wishes to speak in favor. Anyone else present? Anyone in the room who wishes to speak in favor of this proposal? No? Mr. Stith on Zoom?
No one.
No one on Zoom either? Okay. Anyone present, same question, anyone wishing to speak in against this proposal? Anyone in the room or on Zoom? No? No, apparently not. Okay, last call for speakers, 2 for or against. Anybody at all? Anybody? No? We'll close the public hearing in that case. Bang. What's your, anybody want to kick off the discussion?
Well, echoing some of the questions, or just thinking about some of the questions that Ms. Margison asked, I personally don't see how this meets the unnecessary hardship test. I mean, we're talking about a corporate mandate from some other location far distant from Portsmouth that has no consideration or bearing on the historic district or the character of the area, and I don't see that it is an unnecessary hardship to prioritize the needs of Portsmouth over that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rossi. Anybody else, as a just preliminary deal, anybody have any thoughts or questions? Or Mr. Lee?
Well, in reading the application and all the supporting documents, my enthusiasm for this was lukewarm at best, and I think it's diminished a little bit since then. You know, the ordinance is pretty black and white. No internally illuminated signs, only external illumination is allowed, period. So that's my thought.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else, anything further? Okay. Yeah, I think it is fair to note that we have people, residential properties pretty down close to that, even though this is on the edge of downtown, but we certainly have residences quite nearby there, which is not the case with all commercial properties. Anybody else? Anybody have a motion? Mr. Mantle, was that? I guess it was.
Paul, are you making a motion?
No,
No, you?
it's all yours, Tom.
Mr. Rossi?
I move that we deny the
All
request
right.
for variance.
The motion is to deny. Is there a second to that motion? Mr.
I'll
Mantle,
second.
thank you. Okay, Mr. Rossi, your motion, please.
I move to deny the request for variance on the basis that it does not meet the unnecessary hardship test for the reasons that we've discussed in 5 minutes ago.
Okay. Mr. Mantle?
That was going to be my point. I don't see the hardship of them having more illuminated signs. It's not like anybody in town doesn't know where TD Bank is in the first place. And as Beth said, signs are only going to be only lit at night when the bank's closed. Be different if it was an ice cream stand.
Okay. Any further comments before we take the vote? I will say that I support the motion as well, and I had the same concern, looking carefully at the criteria we have to follow, and there really just isn't any hardship, and none really has been presented, other than it's a corporate dictate, but that doesn't mean it fits particularly well in this particular location here in downtown Portsmouth. So it's not, this is not out on a big highway or something where you got to catch people's eyes. Everybody knows where the bank is. So anyway, that's for what it's worth. Those are my thoughts. So the motion is to deny if there's no further comment. Let me call the vote. I'll start down at the left again. Mr. Rossi?
So a yes vote is to deny.
A yes vote is to deny, correct.
Yes.
Ms. Margison?
Yes.
Mr. Mantle?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So the project as presented has been denied at this point, so. And I didn't ask for Zoom, but I guess we have,
There was no.
there was no latecomers that wanted to get in on Zoom, okay, all right. Okay, board, there we are, so. All right,
I'll be stepping down.
all right. So noted, Mr. Mantle, okay. The next item is cleverly marked as item C, number 3. It is the request of Michael J. Frago, if I mispronounce, please correct me, for property located at 1474 Islington Street, whereas relief is needed to construct an 8 by 12-foot shed, which requires the following. 1, a variance from section 10.573.10 to allow A 2-foot left side yard where 5 feet is required, and B, a 2-foot rear yard where 5 feet is required. A variance from section 10.521 to allow 22% building coverage where 20% is the maximum allowed. Said property is located on Assessor Map 233 as Lot 107 and lies within the Single Residence B SRB district. Who presents this project to the board, please?
So we only have 5.
And,
Just-
yeah, I'm going to tell them when we come up. Yes, thank you.
So
Just so you'll know, as a matter of long-standing custom in front of this board, when we're down to 5 voting members, the board is shorthanded anyway. And with an absence and a recusal, we're down to 5 voting members.
Okay.
So regardless of how many of us are here to vote, you have to get 4 affirmative votes to pass your project. So you got to get 4 out of 5. So.
Okay.
And
Well, hopefully we'll
so
get that.
So we'd like to offer the opportunity to postpone till next time, or go ahead, entirely your choice.
We can go ahead. Hopefully, I think it's a simple request.
All right, fair enough. Please go ahead, and be sure you address the 5 criteria at some point in your comments, please.
Sure. So I'm Michael Frago, the resident and owner of the property at 1474 Islington Street. We're going to be constructing a 8-foot by 12-foot shed in the back rear corner of the lot. It's 7 foot high, 9 feet to the peak, and going to be looking for a variance because it exceeds the lot coverage limit. The current structure, the current property covers the lot at the full 20%, so this takes it to 21.6%. And then it's also going to be installed within the 5-foot setbacks, 2 feet on the side and 2 feet on the rear. Regarding the 5 criteria, variances will not be contrary to the public interest. The granting of the variances are not contrary to the public interest because it will not alter the character of the neighborhood and will not encroach on or otherwise impact the neighbor's property. I've also consulted with all 3 neighbors that I share a property line with, and all of them have verbally approved the shed plan. Spirit of the ordinance will be observed. The spirit of the ordinance will be observed because it will not threaten the health, safety, or welfare of the neighborhood or general public. Substantial justice will be done. Substantial justice will be done because approval of the variance request does not pose a loss to the general public, such as a denial to my variance request does not provide the general public any gain. It's only going to improve the aesthetic in the neighborhood. The values of the surrounding properties will not be diminished. The values of the properties will not be diminished because there's no decrease in property value, as the shed will not alter the character of the neighborhood. And literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship. There is not a fair and substantial relationship that exists between the general public purposes of the ordinance provision and the specific application of that provision to the property, because the property is unique, as the setback requirement would place the shed, it's a small property, a small lot, the setback requirement would place the shed almost directly behind the house, and it would look pretty goofy sitting out there in the middle of the yard. Due to the small size of my lot, the resulting dead space would be an unreasonable waste of space, and shed would look unsightly. Also, just please note that I've already purchased the shed used from a family member, so it's going to be difficult to alter the shed. And, the proposed use of the backyard space, I believe, is reasonable. Any questions?
Thank you. Anybody on the board? Anybody? Ms. Margison?
Yes, so you present that it would be in the middle of your property, or you would have a lot of dead space, you said. However, it is a fairly large property, and for only another 3 feet, you would be within the left and the rear yard setbacks. So why aren't you able to meet that requirement?
Well, if it's 5 feet out, I'm losing 5 feet on the side yard and 5 feet in the rear, and there would be quite a considerable amount of space behind the shed, in between the fence and the shed and the fence in the rear yard. And there wouldn't be, right now I have a nice rectangular square yard. If I were to move it out, it would be taking up a lot of property in my yard space. And when I'm looking out my windows in my house, it would be squarely, probably, it could be in square view looking out the bedroom window, whereas right now it's able to be tucked in the corner out of view.
But that is what the rear yard setbacks are. So I'm just trying to get out, where is your hardship in not being able to get outside of the 5 yard setbacks?
Well, I think I just think it's a reasonable use of the space.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the board at this point? Anything? Anybody? Just for the, have we got anybody on Zoom, Mr.
No one on
Stiff?
Zoom.
Nobody on Zoom. Okay. Mr. McDonald?
I just have one question, and it's about lot line clearances. You've got 2 feet clearance or setback on two of the boundaries of the lot, and one of the reasons that the requirements for setbacks are what they are is for emergency response. So I'd like to know, what are you going to do with this shed? Are you going to store propane or gasoline, or what's going to be in the shed?
So I'm going to be storing yard equipment. I do have a lawnmower, but it's electric, so I'm not going to be storing any gasoline or anything hazardous in the shed. And there is a fence along both sides of the shed as well.
That was my next question.
Yeah.
Is there anything there that obstructs access? And the answer is a fence.
There's a fence on both sides.
Did you get any input from the fire department before making this application?
I did not. No, I did not consider that was an issue.
Okay. It is, strictly speaking, it's not our issue. It's the fire department's issue. But we have to.
I'd be happy to check with them after the meeting, if that's what you would advise.
I would like to make a stipulation. I would stipulate that we could approve this application with the stipulation that the fire department be interviewed or be asked for an opinion on this installation, and that their decision be observed and followed.
If, when we get to the motion aspect, yes, that would be appropriate, yes. When we get to a motion, yeah. And if there are no other, anybody else have any comments, any other comments? We're still clear on Zoom? Do you want to make that a motion with that
Well,
stipulation?
I don't think you've opened the public
No.
hearing.
No.
public hearing
No,
yet.
no. Getting ahead of myself. That's all right. Okay, yes, hold on to that till we get to a,
Not yet. I'll say it, yep.
okay. Okay. All right, thank you very much. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak in favor? In favor? Anybody in favor? Anybody on the Zoom? No. Anyone in opposition? Anyone present wish to speak in opposition? Anyone present wish to speak to, for, and against in any fashion? Seeing nobody, still clear on Zoom? Okay. Thank you for the reminder. Okay. All right, public hearing is closed. Mr. McDonald, do you want to work that into a?
Before Mr.
Anybody?
McDonald makes his
Sure.
motion, I just wanted to say that I am concerned about the setback. I would like to think about granting the variance for the lot coverage, but considering the setback separately. I don't see a hardship there. And also, I noted that none of the other adjacent properties have anything encroaching within the setback, so it would be a new precedent for that little spot of Portsmouth.
I think we can take the motions, the variances separately, certainly. Do you wish to pass the motion, the request with respect to lot coverage? Do you want to make that a motion?
Yes.
Okay, just say it in your own words so we get it right.
I move that we approve the variance for lot coverage.
Okay, a second to that motion?
Second.
Mr. Lee, thank you. Mr. Rossi, your motion, please.
Approving the variance for lot size coverage, I would just note that it's a very minor variance. It's very close to within the limits. It would not be contrary to the public interest to have the shed placed there. It observes the spirit of the ordinance. It's not overcrowding the property. It would do substantial justice, and it would not diminish the values of the surrounding properties to have the shed and then the lot size coverage. Special conditions, I would say that since the shed is already built, it's reasonable to utilize what's available, and it would be an unnecessary hardship to require the applicant to build a new shed just for a percentage or so of lot coverage.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Lee, your second?
I concur and have nothing to add.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the motion is to approve the request with respect to lot coverage. Those in favor will call a roll. Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Rossi?
Yes.
Ms. Margison?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Okay, that part of it is approved. Now, does someone have a motion with respect to the second half?
I have a comment about that. We've approved quite a few variances for sheds, garages, decks, and all sorts of things with even a smaller setback than 2 feet. You know, the object of having the setback is to be able to access the property around the shed. And in looking at the pictures of the shed and where it's located in the yard, it makes common sense to locate it in a sort of tucked away position where it lets you still be able to enjoy the remainder of your yard without having the shed plopped in the middle of it. So I'd be in support of a motion to approve that as presented with a 2-foot setback.
Is that a motion?
It could be.
Could be. Let's declare it such.
Sure, that's a
Okay.
motion.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion to approve it as presented with respect to the setback? Anybody? Any?
It's like I stand alone.
No? All right. Okay.
Would you consider approving a motion to maybe compromise.
Sorry, can't, we've closed the public hearing. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Is someone prepared to make a motion with respect to the setback? Somebody else? So we can,
Yes.
all right.
I move that we approve this application with the stipulation that the applicant seeks and abides by the opinions of the fire department as to public safety and the location specifically set back from the property line of the shed.
Okay, to approve it as presented with a stipulation to get a positive referral from the fire department. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yep, okay. That's the motion. Does someone have a second to that motion as crafted?
Second
Mr. Lee, okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. McDonald, your motion, please.
The motion is, to get an opinion from the fire department about the suitability of this location. If the fire department finds it not suitable for public safety access reasons, then the location of the shed could be moved, and you're right, it would probably spoil your backyard. But if it catches fire, that would really spoil your backyard. So for that reason, and the reason that I don't see a hardship, it's hard to see a hardship in a structure that doesn't presently exist in its location, in its proposed location. It's hard to see how that creates a hardship. The variance is a little bit contrary to the public interest, or it seems though right now it may be, depending on what the fire department says. If they tell you how to fix it, and you're willing to do that, then this whole question goes away. The spirit of the ordinance is observed. The ordinance is intended to promote public safety among the several things it's supposed to do. And I think that this location of this shed, based on what we know right now, which may be overturned by the fire department, doesn't observe that spirit of the ordinance. Substantial justice is done. There's no challenge to right or wrong or justice or anything else here. So it's hard to see how substantial justice is done. 4 is the values of surrounding properties are not diminished. I think it's true that the shed that you're proposing does not diminish the property value of your neighbors and abutters there. But if it catches fire, it will. So that's the reason for, one of the reasons for asking for the fire department to provide an opinion. Now we're back to the question of hardship. The fifth criterion is about hardship. And hardship means that because of the special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, there is no fair and substantial relationship between the general purposes of the ordinance provision and the specific application of that provision to the property. And the use is a reasonable one. I think the use is a reasonable one. Lots of people have sheds in their backyard. This one just needs to have a couple of its physical attributes tuned up to allow our public safety officials who are responsible for putting out fires to approve it. And if we can do that, then you can certainly go ahead and build. And
Okay,
that
thank
is
you.
my argument.
Thank you.
Mr. Lee?
Well, the only thing I'd have to add is I would note that not, 2 applications ago, we approved a variance for a house with a 2-foot setback. So it seemed just a teeny bit inconsistent to deny this one for a 2-foot setback on a shed. So I would be supporting the motion and voting for it.
Okay. I just want to make a comment. I think that the fact that it's being proposed to be put in a corner where there are 2 substantial board fences is significant, and I guess my opinion would be that it would not cause anybody any harm, or certainly shouldn't, if it were to be put where it is proposed. But I would, in that case, I will support the motion also.
Can I just make a comment?
Sure, yes,
That-
please do.
That typically the fire department would not review any sort of permit such as this. I mean, this is an uninhabited structure, and they probably will not have any issue with the location. And they don't typically review permits for sheds or things of this nature. I'm sure if you include the stipulation, I'm sure they're not going to have any issue.
No, I agree. I think that's very likely. I think it shouldn't be presented to them as a review of the permit or commenting on the request. They're just being asked to, from a side.
Right, they couldn't overturn
They
this
they
board.
couldn't, no, they can't, no. Yes, Ms. Margis?
I just want to say, I'm not going to be supporting the motion as stated because of the same reasons that Peter brought up. The BOA cannot really defer to the fire department based when we've made a decision. I also am not going to be supporting it as a variance application. There is no hardship. It's a fairly substantial lot, and it's another 3 feet to take it out of the side yard, and the rear and left yard setbacks, and so I will not be supporting the variance request.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else, any comments before we take a vote? And the vote is to approve with a stipulation that the project be presented to the fire department, ask for them for their comment, and with the understanding they're not being asked to overturn in any way or approve the project, excuse me, as such. They're just being asked for their opinion as the experts on, excuse me, fire safety issues in the city. And we acknowledge that it's very unusual. In fact, I don't ever remember doing anything like this before, but I see no harm in making that request of the fire department. So, having said all that, let me take a vote. Again, it is to approve as presented with the stipulation that the fire department be consulted, and if they wish to render an opinion, what that opinion is, and if it's favorable, or they don't want to comment on it, it's approved. That's my understanding of the motion. Is that right? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I've talked enough. Let's start with Mr. Rossi, your vote, please.
No.
Okay. Mr. Lee,
Yes.
okay. Ms. Margison,
No,
okay. Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
yes, okay. And Mr. Mantle is recused, okay, and I vote yes as well. So the vote does not get 4 votes yes, which is required 4 positive votes to approve the motion as presented. So does someone wish to make a different, so that's a positive motion that failed. So does someone wish to make another motion? No?
Am I able to ask a question or no? No.
Not yet.
So if the application was denied, would it be appropriate to make another motion at this time? I don't think so.
No. It just need 4 votes to pass anything, so. What I might suggest to you, and if the board will allow you to speak again, that you could request right now, you could request a postponement.
Well, you've already acted on it.
No, we've already acted.
Yeah, but nothing happened. So we only had 3 votes. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. The motion failed.
Yeah, that's it. I mean,
Can I postpone the,
Call Mr. Stith tomorrow, and he'll
don't
give
think-
you your options, okay?
You've already taken action on this.
Right, okay. I just don't like to leave it hanging like that. Okay, all right. In that case, the motion failed to pass, so, okay. We're all done for tonight. Call planning department tomorrow would be my best suggestion. And
Okay.
speak with Mr. Stith, and he can tell you how to proceed from here.
thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. All right. Let's proceed to the next item on the agenda, which is item D, which is the request of Karen Butts Webb, Revocable Living Trust owner, for property located at 910 Sagamore Avenue, whereas relief is needed to remove an existing 150 square foot addition and construct a new 512 square foot addition with deck and stairs, which requires the following. 1, a variance from section 10.531 to allow a 20.5 foot side yard where 30 feet is required. 2, a variance from section 10.331 to allow a non-conforming use to be expanded. 3, a variance from section 10.321 to allow a non-conforming building or structure to be extended, reconstructed, or enlarged without conforming to the requirements of the ordinance. Said property is located on Assessor Map 223 as Lot 26A and lies within the waterfront business WB district. Who presents
Excuse me,
this
Mr.
project?
Chairman, I
please?
just wanted to note that I am recusing myself.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Rossi.
We're down to 5 again.
Yep, and I don't know if you heard the earlier announcement.
I
but in
did,
the
sir.
case we're down to 5, so
I need 4.
you need 4, and if you wish to postpone on that basis alone, you're welcome to do that, or you're welcome to proceed.
I don't see a basis to postpone
Oh, okay,
yet.
all right.
So
Okay.
we'd like to proceed if we could. It's Monica Kaiser from Hopeful Phoenix, Gormley, and Roberts, representing Karen Butts Webb, who is also present in the chamber today. With me is Alex Ross, who's done the survey work, and the DES permitting and the planning board application in this matter. We sort of got this one backwards because we've already obtained Conservation Commission review and approval, Planning Board review and approval, and New Hampshire DES review and approval. So normally we would come here first. This time we're coming to you last. In any event, up on the screen you can see the property. I don't have, and nor could I work it if I did have it, the little pointer. But you can see the property is off of Sagamore, really. It's on one of those side roads behind Portsmouth Scuba, on a little dirt road there. It's a little tiny corner lot on this dirt road. It's got a very small home on it right now. It's 1,382 square feet. That includes, you're looking at the proposed conditions right now, but Peter, if you can flip back to the existing conditions, you can see that's what's there now. It's got that little bump out in the back. That's 150 square foot bump out. The proposal is to remove that bump out and replace it with a 512 square foot addition, including a deck there for 1,744 square foot home. So it's a net increase of 388 square feet. In your packet are some elevations. The proposal is not to have a foundation or to have this structure touching the ground. It's essentially an elevated structure and deck on pilings, might be my word, Alex might have a different word. There'll be crushed stone underneath. Stormwater will be directed from the addition below. So if you can look at the rear elevation there, you can see that there's some stairs going up to that addition, which is over a little garage door and a basement. It's supported by pilings or poles. As part of the overall proposal and improvements to this property, in conjunction with the addition, we're going to be removing a septic system that is currently situated in the wetland buffer. We're going to be connecting to the sewer with the Sagamore extension. We're going to be removing invasive plants, adding wetland plantings, and establishing a significant no-mow area in the non-tidal wetland area. So there'll be a 2,350 square foot area of no-mow. These were some of the proposals that led to the approval and recommendation of the Conservation Commission, as well as the Planning Board, who approved the activity taking place within the wetland buffer. We're here to see you primarily because of the expansion of the non-conforming structure. It currently, if you can go back to the proposed conditions plan or the existing, either one, but you can see that the existing home slightly intrudes on the very generous waterfront business side setback. It's a 30-foot buffer, a 30-foot setback, as opposed to a different zone where it might be 20 or 15 feet or the like. So it's 30-foot side setback. So we're proposing, as you can see, the addition that we propose is sort of within what's already there. The proposal is to have that addition, which would be 23 feet, 23.1 feet where 30 is required. The stairs coming off it take it down to 20.1. If you go to the very bottom step, it's a little higher than that if you start where the steps reach 18 inches and actually meet the definition of structure. But in any event, that's about the size of it. In terms of the criteria, we think the public interest in the spirit of the ordinance is met because essentially many improvements are being made to the property. The property itself, the home is a modest little home. So this addition is going to improve its value. It's going to beautify the property, and it's accompanied by all of this other stuff that's very helpful for the wetland. It's not going to diminish the value of surrounding properties. This is a residential use. It is a non-conforming use in the zone, but nobody would really know that to look at it. There's about 8 properties in this little block of an area. 4 of them are businesses. Most people wouldn't even know they were businesses back there, but there's a couple right on Sagamore Road that are businesses, and then there are a couple further in that utilize the waterfront. But the other half of the properties there are just residential homes. There's a significant buffer. I think you can see from one of the satellite overlay, there's a decent buffer of trees between the Portsmouth Scuba Shop and Karen's property. People that Karen has spoken to in the neighborhood have approved the project. There hasn't been any concern expressed by them during all of the other permit seeking that's occurred. Hardship, special conditions of the property is the first of a 3-part test. We think this lot is relatively small. It's burdened by a double 2 fronts, if you will. So it's got 2 fronts, and it also is subject to these buffers that are more generous because it's a waterfront business use. And it has also, it's all in the wetland buffer as well. No fair and substantial relationship. I think that given the placement of the property, we can't put the addition anywhere but on the existing home, which is located sort of off kilter on the lot. As I've said, we're not getting any closer to the side lot line than the existing home. So for those reasons, and the fact that we're taking care to do things that further the purpose of setbacks, as you know, they're primary purpose is to maintain light air separation between neighbors, space for stormwater treatment, stuff like that. This is a very minor addition, and it's not going to encroach upon the side setback in a way that's going to undermine the abutting property's access to air, light, space, and separation. Stormwater from the addition is going to be managed and directed to an infiltration area below the elevated addition. It's reasonable to want to expand this small home on this property, and we think the proposal is modest and overall reasonable. Normally, I would say a residential use in a residential zone is permitted. Obviously, it's a little bit different here because it's a waterfront business district, but the fact is that this home's existed since 1978, as have a few other residential homes in that area, and there's really not going to be any adverse impact on anyone by putting on this small addition, which again is a net increase of 388 square feet. Substantial justice. The test is if there's no benefit to the public outweighed by the hardship to the applicant, the factor is satisfied. And I would submit to you that the overall improvements to the property, as well as, that encompass things that are protective of the wetland buffer, as well as things that are just overall going to beautify the property. There's no benefit to the public from denial, but the hardship of denial to Karen and her family is significant because she won't be able to put on the proposed addition. I have Alex here. I didn't really mean, Alex, I suppose, to go through the whole thing, but here I am. I've already gone through it. So if you have any technical questions for Alex or for me, certainly, I'd like to entertain them. I don't want you to begin deliberating if you have a question that I can answer.
Okay, any questions for the speaker at this point from the board? Anything at all? No, apparently not. Anything further you want to tell us at this point? You can come up again at 2-4 against time if you wish.
Alex, do you have anything that you want to add about the project?
Sure. Alex Ross, I prepared the survey and site plans. I think Monica covered pretty much everything. We did spend a lot of time with the Conservation Commission, with the state, shoreland, wetland permitting, and the planning board. And on this site, the owner is doing a lot to protect the wetlands, as Monica mentioned earlier. A lot of landscaping, wetland buffer protection, stormwater management, a large no-mow area. So that was a lot of went through the Conservation Commission meetings, Planning Board, and DES to get this approved. And as Monica was saying, that a very small addition that is much further from the sideline setback than currently exists in the house.
All right, thank you. Okay. Ms. Margison?
So, clearly you're concerned about setbacks, but my question is, or maybe it's more of an observation. I mean, this home has been there since 1978, correct? And it's in the waterfront business district, which means that, I think the intention of the zoning ordinance is that as uses retire, you obviously want the use of the way it's zoned now to take its place. I don't see that that's really happening here, to be completely honest. It seems there's some businesses, there's 3 other homes besides this one. So, that was the only thing I was really kind of struggling with, was that, the intention was for residential uses, I think, within this waterfront business to be sort of more or less expired on their own. But I don't know if you had anything else if you had any thoughts on that.
I don't know if I cited the case in my proposal, but what I often say is, first of all, a couple things is that in a number of years that certainly that I've lived here, there's been some substantial improvement to some of the waterfront properties right there in the same zone on that side of Sagamore, behind Portsmouth Scuba, that have been redeveloped into much more expansive, fancy residential homes. I don't know how long that's been zoned waterfront business district. I would defer to Mr. Stith on that, probably for a while, but it is sort of weird because as Portsmouth has become more developed, certainly that real estate has been primed for residential use, and it's residential use right across the street, and it's residential use behind at Tidewatch. It's just these few 8 properties. But there's a case, I believe it's Walker v. City of Manchester, that talks about, if you have an area where there are already existing non-conforming uses, then, and it looks at it in the context of hardship. So, and essentially says, other non-conforming uses in the area can almost be a hardship and would support a request for. In that case, it was, I think, expanding. It was taking a residential home and maybe making it into like a funeral parlor or something like that, I think. And there were all these other homes in the area that had been converted into businesses. And the court sort of said, well, it doesn't seem fair to have, if you have other non-conforming uses around you, then, in effect, I'm paraphrasing that there is a hardship. And it's reasonable to propose this because it fits in the neighborhood. So I think a little bit about that case in this context where, you have these houses surrounding it that have been, some of them significantly improved and enhanced and expanded into very large houses. That's not what we're trying to do here. But I'm not sure that, maybe the waterfront business zone doesn't work in that area anymore, or maybe it's fair to keep it for those businesses that are there. But essentially, we're here for the variance because it is technically an expansion of a non-conforming use. I just happen to think that it's an expansion that's overall reasonable in this context, and it's not going to adversely impact the couple of businesses that are there. That may or may not continue to be there, frankly, the way the trend has been going. And again, since the abutters don't seem to have any concern about this fairly mild addition, and you can see the screening that exists on that plan as well as the overhead. Just don't see it. But that's the case I would look at.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else at this point? No? Okay. Thank you. Anyone present who would like to speak in favor of this proposal? Anyone present to speak in favor? Anyone present to speak in opposition? Anyone at all? No? No? Apparently not. Mr. Stith?
No one.
Okay. Last call will be 2 for or against. Any speakers in the room? 2 for or against? Any speakers in that mode on the Zoom? No? Okay. If there's nothing further from the board, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing at this point and see if there's some discussion to be had with respect to the proposal. Does someone want to kick off the discussion? Nope.
Well, I'll just say,
Mr. Lee, thank you.
I'd be in favor of supporting this motion. I think it's pretty reasonable, and I live just across the hill on Sagamore Avenue from there, and that's kind of a unique little enclave back there of houses of kind of a Duke's mixture of this, that, and the other, from small to very large, and doing this project would be an improvement to that area, certainly. So.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to follow up on that? Or if not, perhaps a motion?
I've spoken a lot tonight, so I'm going to let others go. I am in support of the variance application, so.
Okay. Is that a motion?
No.
I'll try it. Thank you, Mr. Lee.
I'll move to approve.
Okay. Is there a second on the motion to approve? Yeah,
Second.
Mr. Mantle, thank you. Okay, Mr. Lee, your motion.
All right, so again, this is, these people have actually been through a lot of bureaucracy already to get to where we are. The Planning Department, the Department of Environmental Services, the wetlands and all that sort of thing. So just to go through the variance requirements, I don't see that this variance is contrary to public interest in any way. Spirit of the ordinance is observed. And substantial justice is done because the benefit to the applicant is not outweighed by any harm to the general public. An improvement like this would not in any way diminish the values of any surrounding properties. And literal enforcement of this ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship because of the special conditions of this property that distinguish it from most other properties in the area that are a little more homogeneous in nature. I think the proposed use is a reasonable one, and I would be moved to approve the variance as presented.
Thank you. Mr. Mantle.
I agree with Mr. Lee. If anything, I mean, going back to how many parcels in the city are non-conforming to start off with, this will make it less non-conforming. So I'm in favor of the motion.
All right, thank you. Any further comments before we take a vote on the motion, which is to approve as presented? Apparently not, okay. Ms. Margeson, what's your vote?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Mantle?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. You're all approved.
Thank you all very much.
You're welcome. Okay. All right, let's move right along smartly here to item E on the agenda, which is the following. The request of Blues O'Leary, Family Living Trust owner, for property located at 225 Wybird Street, whereas relief is needed to construct a detached accessory dwelling unit, which requires the following. 1, a variance from section 10.521 to allow a lot area per dwelling unit of 6,412 square feet, where 7,500 square feet is required for each dwelling. Said property is located on Assessor Map 133 as Lot 54 and lies within the General Residence A GRA District. Who speaks in favor, please?
Hi, good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Arilda Dench, and I've prepared this design and package together with Mark O'Leary and Gina Bless, and I'm here to present for them tonight. I'll just go through the package as I have it here. So the first page shows a neighborhood plan, and their property is highlighted there. And you can see that their property is larger than the ones in the immediate area. And I know that, and they front on 2 streets, so you can see their large open backyard from Hawthorne Street. And that area has been enjoyed by people in the neighborhood for a long time. There are people, kids in the neighborhood who just used to sled there, and Mark and Gina are fine with that continuing, having the neighborhood enjoy their backyard. I just wanted to go a little bit over the zoning information. So the minimum lot area is 7,500 square feet here, but they have 12,824 square feet, so a pretty good sized lot. Then going on to the next sheet, we see the existing site plan. And here you can see that the large backyard. Along Wybird Street, they only have 71 feet, and at the back property line, there's 92 feet. So their property is in their depth, and that's 157 feet deep. Their big backyard area is low in the area of the shed. So that's the most out of the way place to place an ADU, which is what they would like to do. So that's where we're proposing to put it. Trying to keep the backyard as open as possible for the neighborhood, since they're used to looking at it. Then going to the next sheet, 1.2, you can see the placement of the proposed ADU, that's 750 square feet. We're also adding screening on the rear and the side to screen from the neighbors. Trying to keep it tucked in the back, not imposing on any of the setback lines. The neighbor behind has expressed that they're concerned about their trees, which are right along the fence line. You can see them, they're small there, but there's 2 trees indicated. And so we have spoken to the contractor and also with knowledge of trees that you need to stay out of the drip line from the trees, you know, not dig and stuff. So that is something that we're aware of and trying to not disturb that area at all, not have any construction equipment rolling back and forth in there or anything that would bother those roots. You can see that the parking here fits pretty easily, so that would not cause any problems in the neighborhood. And then going to the next sheet, so here, page 2.1 is pictures of their existing house. The upper left is the front view from Wybird Street, and then the upper right photo is the right side of the house as viewed from Hawthorne Street. The lower left is the existing house looking from the rear yard. And here you can see that the slope of the yard, it slopes way down from Hawthorne Street down towards the shed. The 2 sheds are pictured at the lower right. And just a note here, the house currently has vinyl siding on it and vinyl shutters, which the owners consider unattractive, and they will be removing those. So on the ADU, there won't be any shutters. And just the design of the existing house is a simple structure, but it has little elements to make it a little more attractive, dress it up. So on the front, there's 3 bays of the house and a nice little porch area. Going to the next page, you can see the immediately abutting neighbors. The upper left photo has the house to the left of them, looking from Wybird Street. In the back right of the photo, you can see Mark and Gina's little shed. Oh, I forgot to mention something. Mark O'Leary is here tonight, and he just asked that I let you know that he's very hard of hearing, so he's going to be following on his phone as best he can, watching the transcript. And Gina is following at home, so he's here and she's at home. Going through the photos again, the upper right photo is 25 Hawthorne Street, which is the house right behind. And you can see there are trees that they're concerned about to the right along the fence on the left side of the photo. The photo lower left is directly across Wybird Street from their house, and lower right is the house across Hawthorne Street at the corner of Wybird and Hawthorne. The next sheet shows the floor plan of the ADU, and the purpose of building this is to have a home for Mark's mother, who's elderly, and there's concerns that she may need handicap access. And so we have made this handicapped accessible with a ramp coming in the front. And because of that, we've also kept the house lower to the grade than we might normally, building it on a slab so that it's easy to roll in the front, and that keeps the house a little shorter. There's the circles indicate turning radius for a wheelchair. So that causes we need a little more space inside to accommodate a handicapped person. The little covered entry is just to make it a little more safe, protection from ice and snow, and it adds some attractiveness to the house as well. And then the second bedroom, there is concern that his mom may eventually need live-in help, and so they asked for a small second bedroom, so I've squeezed in the minimum size there, but that does fit there. The next sheet shows views of the outside. So the top is the front of the ADU, and that faces the back. of Mark and Gina's house. Here you can see we've copied the simple architectural elements of the main house. There's the heavy crown molding, frieze boards, the window styles are the same, corner boards, everything, the sizing the same. And because the ordinance asks for architecturally consistent, I assumed that we had to have the same pitch on the roof as on the main house. And the main house has a pitch of 11 to 12. But some of the neighbors have commented that they think the ridge is high. And so we'd be willing to drop that to, I think, a 12.9 would still look architecturally consistent. But I realize we might need to come back, modify our proposal for that and come back again. The picture at the lower is at the lower level of the sheet is the view from Hawthorne Street. So you can see the little decorative element of the box bay and the little overhang at the front to make it a little more decorative. Going to the next sheet. These are just the view from the rear and the left side view. Again, just a simple building like the main house. The sheet 5.1, these are massing comparisons. So the upper drawing shows kind of a slice through the grade. So you can see the sidewalk adjacent to Hawthorne Street up at the upper right corner. And then you can see how the lot slopes down. The level of the shed, that's existing. And so we would cut down the yard just slightly to fit the ADU at the same level as the shed and trying to keep it down low. If you look at the bottom drawing, here again, you can see that dashed line that's going horizontally across the sheet indicates the level of the sidewalk at Hawthorne Street. So you can see that the ADU is down low below that. It's about 7 to 8 feet, the grade level of the ADU below the sidewalk at Hawthorne. And that makes the peak of the ADU only 13 feet above the Hawthorne Street sidewalk. So it doesn't protrude up so much. And you can see that the existing house is quite uphill of the ADU. And then the grade goes up again behind the ADU towards the neighbor's house. Then as far as the criteria goes, the variance not contrary to the public interest. So this property in General Residence A, it's being so narrow at the front, wider at the back, and very long and deep. Their space is in the back. And seems using that rear area of the yard, that's where we're not going to have to impose on any of the side setbacks, and where there's space to put a 750 square foot ADU, and where it's nice and below the level of the adjacent sidewalks. These conditions make the ADU less visible to the surrounding properties tucked back in there and the neighborhood. And screening shrubs being added at the property lines further obscure the structure and maintain privacy. So if the variance is granted, it would not be contrary to the public interest. And then number 2, the spirit of the ordinance will be observed. So a modest ADU designed to complement the existing details of the main residence and positioned in the rear of the property will be in keeping with the density and character of the neighborhood. In this way, the spirit of the ordinance will be observed. The neighborhood is more dense, so much more dense than their property. They have a big open space in the back, so we're not creating excessive density here. And then substantial justice will be done, number 3. So the lot at 12,824 square feet is relatively large for the neighborhood. The main residence has a fairly small footprint, and there's no garage, only a small shed. With an ADU, the property will still be well within the required building coverage and open space requirements for General Residence A. And it's easy to fit in the required off-street parking. So for that reason, substantial justice will be done. We're well within that maximum lot coverage of building coverage of 25%. We'll only be at 17.4%. and the open space is, requirement is not more than 30%, or not less than 30% open space, and they'll be at almost 68% for that, so substantial justice will be done. And then number 4, the values of surrounding properties will not be diminished. Because care is being taken to position the ADU as much out of the way as possible, keep it modest in size and complementary in style and detailing to the main residence, and screen it with shrubs, the values of surrounding properties will not be diminished. And then, as far as the hardship goes, following the definition for unnecessary hardship, here I have number A. So the general public purposes of the ordinance provision requiring the 7,500 square feet of land for each dwelling unit, and so a total of 15,000 square feet, where we only have 12,824. It's to keep the property from looking too congested and to keep the building looking subordinate, but I feel that we've definitely covered that. And then while the lot at 225 Wybird is the 12,824 square feet rather than the 15,000, adding an ADU will make the building coverage only 17.4%, where a 25% maximum is required, as I said before, and the open space will be a generous 67.9%, where a minimum of 30% open space is required. So that's the A part of that. And then the B, is this a reasonable expansion of this? And we believe it is a reasonable expansion of this modest single-family residence. So literal enforcement of the provision we feel would be an unnecessary hardship for the owners. And that's everything I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from the board, anyone on the board right at this moment? No.
The property
Mr.
line
Rossi.
along Hawthorne Street, it looks like it actually is kind of like a lot of space between the property line where it meets Wybird and Hawthorne versus the sidewalk on Hawthorne Street. Am I reading that correctly?
Are you looking at,
Looking at that, I think. Yeah, that one,
1.2?
right. So like visually, when you look at it, when you actually look at the site, you would think that the property line went along the edge of the sidewalk, but it doesn't. The property
That's
line
correct.
is.
That's
so-
correct. The heavy line is the property line, yes.
So that's kind of a special condition for this lot, which makes it technically measure out smaller than what it really looks like.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, anybody else? Questions right at this point? Ms. Margison?
So you're not asking for a variance for the ADU because that's a conditional use permit?
Yes,
It's
yes.
for the lot area.
Lot area requiring the 7,500 square feet per dwelling unit, and we'll have 2 units, and so we're a little under that total.
So I just want to make that, because you sort of mixed it up a little bit when you were
Yes,
doing the
yes,
variance
yes.
criteria.
Yes, my
The
apologies.
detached ADU is outside of the purview of this board. That's within the planning board for a cup, so, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else right now? No? All right, thank you. Is there anyone present who'd like to speak in favor, please? Anyone wish to come up and speak in favor? Come right up? No? Anyone wish to speak in opposition? Anybody at all? Yes, come up, please. And for the record, your names and addresses, please.
My name's Mark Anderson, and this is my wife, Robin Silva, and we live at 25 Hawthorne Street, which is the property that directly abuts the Wybird property. We've lived at Hawthorne Street for 27 years now, and over the years we've seen a lot of changes in the neighborhood, renovations, additions, and entirely new homes, and we are accustomed to and open to change. We also support the right of the property owner to enhance their property, and we understand how difficult it is to enhance a property in Portsmouth, given the hardships of non-conforming lots and houses that have been constructed over 200 years ago. In fact, our house is one of those hardship properties. It does not even closely comply with the offsets, and back in 2018, we came to this board and requested a variance for an addition that we were doing. However, we strived to minimize the impact to the neighborhood, and our variance was only for 3 feet. More recently, our new neighbors across the street demolished the existing house and built an entirely new house, all without requiring any variances. Therefore, we are not in favor of the proposed variance for Weiberg. Simply put, the lot is too small and the proposed structure is too big. The request is for over 1,000 square feet, which, or about 15% of the required dwelling lot area. We believe that is excessive and is compounded by the size of the proposed ADU structure, which is 750 square foot, 2-bedroom house, basically. This is more than half the size of our residence at Hawthorne Street in square footage. We do not consider this to be modest. Unlike other properties in Portsmouth, the Weiberg property does not have sufficient hardship to justify a variance of this magnitude. There are other options, such as an addition to the main house, that would better comply with the requirements and be less impactful to the neighborhood. The ADU runs directly along our property and will dramatically change the view and cast shade on our garden. We are concerned that the construction, as was mentioned, will damage the root base of our trees that shade our house. We do not have air conditioning, so we rely entirely on the shade of the trees. The larger sugar maple has been struggling, and we have spent hundreds of dollars over the last 6 years to nurture it back to health. We are also very concerned that this ADU will become a rental property later on, and this will basically be in our backyard. We believe the scale of this house, combined with the impact as a future rental, will, with such close proximity to our property, will negatively affect the value of our residence. We've been fortunate to live on Hawthorne Street, and especially next to this open area. As was mentioned, we enjoy the view there. The afternoon sun comes into our garden. Multiple generations of kids, including our son, have enjoyed sledding on that hill in the winter. It's always been kind of an open sort of area. In Portsmouth, our neighborhoods are already very dense, and an open space is a very rare thing. The ADU proposal will change our little Hawthorne community forever. If this proposal was conforming, or the variance was less, or the property had sufficient hardship, my wife and I would not be here today. It would be saddening to lose this space, but understandable. Yet it will be most shameful to lose this open space and endure the long-term effects, as I've mentioned, for a development project that is non-conforming, too large, and inappropriate for the neighborhood.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker from the board? Anybody at all? No? Okay, thank you very much. Other speakers, please, in opposition at this point.
Hello, my name is Leslie Brenner. I'm the owner of 34 Hawthorne Street, where I have lived since 1982. My house faces the property at 225 Weiberg Street. Their side picket fence and grassy backyard surrounded by big old trees is my view directly across the street. And the picture that they had up there with the blue house with the bush in front of it is not a really good representation, because my house goes further and there's a big driveway, and I have a complete view of their property. When I moved into the neighborhood, my neighbors were the elder Griffins, Hudsons, Pages, and Nyland, some of whom had 2 generations living there. These families have been there for many years. We were the young new outsiders at the time, who immediately embraced and respected our neighbors, leading to a wonderful community of friendship and camaraderie over the years. Properties turn over, and with new owners, our little slice of Portsmouth has remained comfortably intact. For me, lifetime friendships were formed with once newcomers who have since moved away. A new example of this is that of my neighbors directly next door to me on Hawthorne Street, the Myers, a young family who I absolutely adore. They tore down the small existing house after purchasing it from her grandfather 2 years ago and constructed a new 3-story house within all the setbacks and requirements, negating any need for a variance. It is a standard size house on an appropriate lot, and I have no problem with it whatsoever. About 1 year ago, upon meeting the wife of the applicant, as they had just purchased 225 Weiberg Street, a proposal was mentioned to me about a plan to build a small structure for his elderly mother. The next time I heard about this was 2 weeks ago, when Mr. O'Leary approached me outside and asked if I'd like him to email me the plans for what he called the small ADU that would be tucked in next to the existing shed, a space for his mother. Upon receipt, I noticed the size and scale and was struck by it being considerably larger in footprint and much taller than he described. When looking at ADU descriptions, the concept being a second dwelling right on the same grounds or attached to your regular single-family house, such as an apartment over the garage, a tiny house on a foundation in the backyard, a basement apartment. This current proposal can only be described as a standalone and not tiny two-bedroom house. It seems to be out of line with traditional ADUs. If you allow this variance, you are saying that building a full two-bedroom house on a too small parcel is just fine in our neighborhoods. Knowing that Mr. O'Leary's mother is nearing 90 years old, it seems that the future use of this two-bedroom house is to become a rental property, and that concerns me. Might it end up as a short-term rental in our quiet neighborhood? That would be highly disruptive and completely out of character. Will the next owners of 225 Wybird Street purchase it to use as an in-law dwelling, or more likely see it as an income-producing rental unit? There's no way this new two-bedroom house would be affordable, which is what I thought the city desired. With the height and size of the structure, my thoughts also went to my neighbors, Mark and Robin Anderson, whose property on Hawthorne Street abuts 225 Wybird. They recently built a back kitchen upgrade and outdoor deck, for which this new too-large house would now obscure their views. It will block any afternoon sun, which is truly a benefit to any home. I also have a concern that in the future, an owner would request access to this new house via Hawthorne Street, with the potential loss of more trees as well as creating travel congestion. I do lament the loss of green space, which has been happening all over the neighborhood. The green spaces are part of our neighborhood's charm. Neither of these two houses will end up with much yard to speak of at all. How is that desirable for them? I realize that if the project did fall within existing zoning requirements, my opinion would have little weight. Since it does not, I strongly urge you to deny this variance as stated in the abutters notice. I do not think there is sufficient hardship to provide the requested relief. It seems the same result of providing his mother a separate living space could be obtained with a small addition to the existing house, which I imagine would be in line with city requirements. Your denial will reflect that you are indeed careful stewards of our environment and our neighborhoods. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there other speakers in opposition? Please come up. And again, your name and address, if you would, please.
Hi, I'm Jules Grant. I live at 243 Wybird Street, and I am on the corner of Wybird and Hawthorne. And so he's across from me. And the way my house is situated, my driveway's on Hawthorne Street. So that's my in and out area with my garage on that side. So I also have the same view as Leslie does, looking right at their house on Wybird Street. And I moved in about 4.5 years ago, and the very first thing that I noticed when I was looking at the house was this beautiful green space in the backyard of that house. I agree with Leslie. There's very little open space left, and it's just nice to see it, to have it. Mark Anderson and his wife, it's going to have a huge impact on their view and their lives in the back of their house. And I guess I just don't really see the benefit of adding a completely new, separate structure to a house that's already fairly large, that already exists, and can be maybe slightly modified to have the mother live there. So as far as how it weighs out to each other, it just seems to be a lot of construction and money and time and investment and change that maybe could be dealt with in a different way. I would rather not have them build it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in the room in opposition to this project? Anything, Mr. Stith, we got anybody? Nobody? Okay, thank you. Okay, this will be the last call. Anyone who wishes to come to, for, or against, whether you have spoken before or not? Yes. Yes, certainly.
I forgot to mention that the neighbor to the left on Wybird Street had given us verbal approval and support for the project. But I don't have anything in writing from them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any last call? 2 for or against? Still clear on the Zoom side?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, the public hearing is closed. Board, we've heard the presentation and some additional speakers. Any comments to get the ball rolling here?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Mantle.
I got a question for Peter. If I'm looking at this correctly, the only variance is for the second structure on a single-family lot.
It's for the lot area per dwelling.
Correct.
Not for the
And you
structure,
took the current lot size and divided by 2, because this would be the second
exactly.
dwelling. Okay. My question is, if this was an attached ADU, they would not need a variance, correct?
That's correct.
Correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else, any first thoughts? First comments, anybody?
I think I would also have another question for Peter. I think this is a fairly difficult one to analyze in some ways. And, you know, there is a prohibition in the zoning ordinance that says you cannot have 2 dwelling units per lot. And I realize this is a detached ADU, and therefore we get around that. But how is this not another dwelling unit?
Well, because we have specific requirements for ADUs, and they have to comply with that section of the ordinance, including owner, they can't be in separate ownership. The owner has to live in one of the units. They have to recertify it on an annual basis that they still comply with those requirements. I mean, it's,
Okay. I just want to sort of put that out there, because
Right. I mean,
I realize
it
that,
is.
I read it, it's a little hard to sort of wrap your head around. All right, thank you.
So,
Mr. Lee.
I have a question, Peter. To kind of expand on Ms. Margison's question, what if they build this and they move out and rent the house, and the owner doesn't live in one of the units, the ADU or the big house?
so if both of them are rented,
Yeah.
then that would nullify their conditional use permit. So they would have to,
Come back for a 2-family.
well, yeah, they would be in violation of their conditional use permit.
Okay.
So they'd have to seek they'd have to come for a variance for a second dwelling, or they'd have to do something else to have it be a legal
Yeah,
situation.
that's one of the basic tenets of the ADU concept, is the owner of the property has to reside in one of the units, the smaller
that's
one or the
correct.
larger one.
They have to own both and live in
Own
one.
both, live in one,
Right.
correct. Okay, just, I want to clarify that.
And just to be clear, that it couldn't, short-term rentals are not permitted, so
Right.
they could not use it as an Airbnb.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else, any preliminary comments?
I would say at face value, the only variance they're asking for is the lot area per dwelling. And it's pretty modest. It's a little more than 1,000 square feet. So we've approved more and or less than that in the past.
This is in the general residence A, which the zoning ordinance says, and it's a little confusing to me that the zoning ordinance would allow a detached ADU in an area that's supposed to have low to moderate densities. It's, you know, they're not supposed to be high-density areas. But the zoning ordinance did say that this could be done by a cup. In terms of the analysis of this, I think for me, I have to think about they have to demonstrate a hardship that they have a lower lot than is, a smaller lot than is required by the zoning ordinance. Yet the zoning ordinance allows for a cup for a ADU in this area. So frankly, I find it a little confusing.
Good. Not the only one.
But in that section, it states that for detached accessory dwelling units, they must comply with the lot area per dwelling unit in that district, in the GRA.
District, and that's what the variance request
Right,
is for,
exactly.
yeah.
But the hardship only exists because of the placement of the ADU.
No, because of the lot size.
Yeah.
Well, the lot size. But like
They
you said
conform to-
before, if the ADU was an attached ADU, the lot size wouldn't even
Right.
come into play.
Right.
So the only reason.
Because it's detached. Right.
The only reason they're here is because it's a detached ADU.
I mean, it could be as large or larger and be attached and still be completely compliant.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, it's because it's a separate dwelling unit, that's why they need the variance. Because of the lot size.
I also think
If it
it's
was
a-
attached, they would need a hardship.
I still think it's kind of a fairly odd-shaped property line that doesn't follow the natural contours of where the sidewalk is, and if you look at the property, you wouldn't think that was the property line, and I'll bet you that's 1,000 square feet, that little wedge that gets sliced out of it, so I think this is kind of a technicality.
Anybody else have any sort of general comments? We haven't had a lot of practice with this sort of a petition on the board. And it's not crystal clear. You can do that X, Y, Z, but you got to still comply with all the other rules, so. It's a, they're not a duck, let's face it. Nothing to do with these folks, obviously. It's the way the ordinance is written.
Well, I would say, once again, the only variance they're asking for is the lot area. In the general scheme of things, a 750 square foot structure is not a large structure by anybody's standards. So I don't think they're plopping in basically another house down on this lot. They're looking for a variance on the lot area by a little over 1,000 feet. And it's a pretty large lot, and it's on two streets, so I don't really see the I can see this being a reasonable request. This would be the best way to say it.
Is that getting close to a motion?
Getting closer. What would some reasons be we wouldn't grant this variance?
I think if it was changing, like really altering the density of units in the neighborhood, I would be opposed to it, but it doesn't look that way to me.
Yeah, but then this lot is substantially bigger than the rest of them in the neighborhood too. I mean, I can.
But I also think that, so what Peter was telling us before, and Peter, I'm not putting you like, but it is allowed in the GRA zone as long as there is sufficient lot area. And it does not have that. And by about 1,100 feet. This is a small neighborhood, and I and I realize this is a larger lot than all of the other lots. I think it just may not be quite big enough, given the surrounding context. That's sort of where I'm headed. But this is a very difficult application to analyze.
I can't help but thinking that this additional unit will look very much like another house. It'll very much look like two houses on one lot. And in some people's eyes, that's a big lot. In other people's eyes, it's not that big a lot. It all depends, I guess, on your frame of reference. My personal frame of reference, this isn't much bigger than my lot. And I'm trying to picture this structure in my backyard and having a little trouble with that, frankly. It's going to be, what's the, Peter, it says 35 feet high? Is that what it is? On the, 31 feet high, I believe, right? Do I
That's the
remember that
existing
correctly?
house. That's the existing house.
I think this one, isn't this one also the same?
No.
You sure? My machine keeps
16
flipping
This
back.
is 16 feet to the midpoint.
To the midpoint, right. So not even to the peak. Yeah, okay. All right. So it's going to look like a, well, sort of a cape, I suppose. you
Nice
might say.
Cape Cod.
Cape Cod, yeah, yeah.
For
Those-
context, it's about twice the size of my barn.
Mhm.
My barn is 16 by 24, and this is 23 by 32.
And the lot size is actually a minimum. It's 7,500 is the minimum.
750 is the maximum.
No, 70,
Yeah, 7,500.
yeah, is the minimum.
There-
I am, this is actually one of those applications where I wanted to wait to hear the presentation because I really was unsure about this as I was reviewing and analyzing this, but I am disinclined to grant this variance.
Just as a comment, there are a lot of Cape Cod houses around that are about 24 by 30 or 32. That's a very common size for capes. What I suppose we'd call a small cape, but a traditional cape. If you look at neighborhoods where those predominate, that many of them are in that range. And this is going to, I can't think it's going to help it look like two houses, one house in the backyard of another house. And not replicated in any of the immediate, certainly in the immediate area, that's for sure. Does anybody, if nobody has any other comments at this point, does someone feel inclined to make a motion?
I think it's a tricky one. I mean,
It is.
move it over just a few feet and put a covered walkway connecting the two units, and it becomes one unit, and it doesn't look any different. So what do we really?
And it does need a variance. And it wouldn't need a variance.
Right.
Well, it would have to be conditioned space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if it were just an ADU, it would just need to go in front of the planning board for the CUP.
Right, for an attached.
Attached.
Attached, yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody sneaking up on a motion?
I will try it, although trying to read the board, it's a little hard to know if my motion will be successful. So I will move to deny the variance request, and if I get a second, I will explain why.
Thank you, Ms. Margis. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Mr. Lee, thank you.
And I would deny on the first two prongs, contrary to the public interest and observing the spirit of the ordinance. It's clear that the city council, when they amended this ordinance, meant for detached accessory dwelling units to be allowed by a CUP in the general residence A zoning district. However, that was with the I think the knowledge, and you have to assume they know, of course, the existing zoning ordinance, that there is a lot size of 7,500 minimum. And although on its face, this is not that much of a significance deviation from that, I think the fact that you're having two structures on a lot, neither of which of the structures will meet the minimum lot area, is against the spirit and intent of the ordinance. So therefore, I would move to deny. I also do think that even though to deny, you just have to talk about one or two prongs. I do think that there is a benefit to the public from not having this variance be approved. Going back to spirit and intent, there's a character to this neighborhood, and I think that this detached ADU may change the character of the neighborhood. So that's my motion.
Thank you. Mr. Lee?
So I would agree totally with Mrs. Murchison's comments and just add that even though we're denying this variance, there's still a path for the owners to make this happen. So.
Thank you. Yeah, I would just add, I agree with both of those sentiments. I have a problem with compliance with the first and second criteria, particularly with respect to the character of the neighborhood. This is a well-established and well-loved neighborhood. Obviously, as though we didn't know it before, but we heard people who actually live there express that sentiment this evening, and this would be a major change in my view. And the lot is, as I said before, big or small depending on your perspective, but in any case, it strikes me that it will look overburdened. I think this is just too ambitious for the lot. I think I like the idea, obviously, it's approved in concept, but it strikes me as too, as I said, too ambitious for the lot. And there are alternatives which would be more compatible with the area and the neighbors. And I do think that the neighbors have rights to expect that anything that will be done will be very consistent with, not copycat, but consistent with the rest of the well-established neighborhood. And in my view, in any case, that would not be the case here. And finally, I really don't see any hardship, and we have to, after all, we have to take that into account. That's one of our points. So having said all that, I have a problem with the proposal. So is there anything further? No? Okay, the request has been proposed. The motion with respect to the proposal is to deny it, and we'll take the vote. If there's no further comments, okay. Oops. No further comments. We'll start down at the left with Mr. Rossi.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Margison?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
And Mr. Mannell?
Yes.
And I vote the same way, yes. And the proposal as presented has been denied. Yep, you're welcome. Okay. Okay, are we sneaking up, well past 9 o'clock?
I'll tell you.
Is everybody ready for a break? And
Sure.
Resume no later than 9:30 p.m.
Sorry.
1900
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We're resuming our deliberations, and we're about to embark on a property which reads as follows. The request of WSS Lafayette Properties LLC owner for property located at 1900 Lafayette Road, whereas relief is needed for ambulatory surgical care use, which requires the following. 1, a special exception from Section 10.444, use number 6.40, to allow an ambulatory surgical center where the use is permitted by special exception. Said property is located on Assessor Map 267 as Lot 8 and lies within the Office Research OR District. Who presents this project, please?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Tom Hildreth. I'm an attorney with McLean Middleton. I work in our Manchester office at 900 Elm Street, and I represent the consortium of entities that own the property at 1900 Lafayette Avenue. And although the case is styled in the agenda as a request for a special exception, if you, and I'm sure you did, read your staff report, you'll see that we're also inviting you to make a decision that no special exception is in fact required, because, and this comes down to a definitional issue. So in the OR zone, medical office buildings are permitted by right, as are outpatient clinics. And when you read the definition of an outpatient clinic, it's effectively exactly what we're doing in the rear building in our ambulatory surgical center. And yet, the ordinance has a use category called ambulatory surgical center that would require a special exception in our zone, although it has no definition of what an ambulatory surgical center is. But there is a definition that's supplied by the Ambulatory Surgery Center Association, which is a collection of a collective entity that represents the interests of these types of facilities. And it reads as follows: ambulatory surgery centers, known as ASCs, are modern healthcare facilities focused on providing same-day surgical care, including diagnostics and preventative procedures. And if you compare that definition to your definition of outpatient clinic, they almost map one for one. And so this project, as you know, again from the staff report, already exists. It got site plan approval in 2019 for the ambulatory surgical center. It got a building permit. It's been built. It's got a CO. It's been providing same-day surgical and preventative and diagnostic services for many months. But we're coming in now to clarify the use issue because there's a prospective buyer of the real estate that saw the fact that the ordinance calls out ambulatory surgical centers as requiring a special exception, saw that there was no evidence of one having been received here, and so said to the current owner, please go and chase this down to ground. I don't know if you have an interest in, pausing here and caucusing and taking a vote and saying you don't need it, you're already covered. I'd welcome that, but if not, we can go on and.
Yes, Ms. Marge, then Mr. Lee.
Okay. Well, so I think that if you wanted to address the staff's determination, that would have been an administrative appeal, which you have not applied for.
I'm sorry, their determination was the same as ours. The staff determination was the same as ours.
Oh, okay. So I personally, I know you had a lot of things in here about municipal estoppel and whatnot. I think just for purposes of clarity, simplicity, and perhaps I think the buyer would be happier if we just dealt with this as a straight special exception.
And that's fine too. That's fine too.
For what it's worth, I came to the same conclusion after reading the proposal. Yeah.
Okay. So I touch on the standards for a special exception in the application letter. I'm not going to further elaborate on them here other than to just kind of recite them again. The ambulatory surgical center is in harmony with the general purpose intent of the OR zone because it's just like an outpatient clinic, which is permitted by right. In this case, ambulatory surgical centers are expressly permitted by special exception. No hazard to the public or adjacent property exists on account of any potential fire, explosion, or release of toxic materials. No detriment to the property values in the vicinity. No traffic safety hazard. no excessive demand on municipal services, no change in runoff of water from the site, and as I note in the concluding paragraph covering the standards, none of those statements are speculative. They're all kind of proven by the efficacy of the building that's been operating for several months as an ambulatory surgical center. So we believe that the hands down special exception standards are met, and would welcome any questions you might have about that.
Anybody have any questions at this point? No? Apparently not? Okay. Is that all you have for us right now?
Yeah, unless you have
Okay.
questions. Sure.
All right, thank you. Are there any people present who'd like to speak in favor of this special exception, this proposal? Anybody? Anybody? No? Anybody in opposition? Anybody favorable? Anybody to, for, or against in any fashion? No? No? Okay, that was quick. We'll close the public hearing. Okay. Board, we've heard the proposal. What's your pleasure?
This seems pretty straightforward. I'd be prepared to make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Is there a second to that approach?
Seconded.
Okay, thank you. Is that Mr. Mantle? Yes.
No.
No.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rossi, okay. Thank you. Mr. Lee, your motion, please.
All right, I'll just run through the criteria as the attorney's previously done. So the standards for special exception are there could be no hazard to the public or adjacent property on account of potential fire, explosion, release of toxic vehicles or materials, no detriment to property values in the vicinity or change in the essential characteristics of any area, including residential neighborhoods, businesses, industrial districts on account of the location and scale of buildings, and other structures, parking areas, excess waste, smoke, gas, dust, other pollutants, noise, glare, heat, vibration, unsightly outdoor storage or other vehicles. No creation of a traffic safety hazard, substantial increase in the level of traffic, no excessive demand on municipal services, and no significant increase in stormwater runoff onto adjacent properties. And I just comment, as the attorney pointed out, this product has been employed in this use for several months now, and again, I think it's kind of like splitting hairs, I guess would be the best way to say it probably doesn't even need a special exception, but just to make sure all the I's are dotted, and we're going to make an effort to grant one. So for those reasons, I would move that we grant the special exception to this property.
Thank you. Mr. Rossi?
I concur.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? Well, nothing? Okay, in that case, let's take a vote. The motion is to approve as presented. Mr. Rossi?
Yes.
Ms. Margison?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Mantle? And
Yes.
I vote yes as well. You're all approved.
And a new record.
That's right.
Let me just ask you a quick, Peter.
Sure.
We don't have the power to say you're okay doing what you've been doing anyway, do we? I don't think we do. We can't say you don't need a special exception because whatever you're doing complies with all the.
I think in that case, you did the right thing, because it's a specific use.
Yep, I agree.
And it's already been advertised and all that.
You just need that to
all
prove
that
that.
stuff. Okay, moving right along. We're at the request of Peter V. Ward, owner, for property located at 15 Central Avenue, whereas relief is needed for vertical expansion of an existing dwelling and garage, which requires the following. 1, variances from section 10.521 to allow a 6-foot front yard, where 30 feet is required, and B, a 4-foot side yard where 10 feet is required. 2, a variance from section 10.321 to allow a non-conforming building or structure to be expanded, reconstructed, or enlarged without conforming to the requirements of the ordinance. Said property is located on Assessor Map 209 as Lot 4 and is located within the Single Residence B SRB district. Who presents this proposal, please?
Chairman Parrott, members of the board, Attorney Derek Durbin. I'm here on behalf of the owner of the property, who is also the applicant. The applicant, Peter Ward, is with me tonight and can answer any questions I can. I also have with me Matt Beebe, who's the designer for the vertical expansion that's proposed, who's also here and can answer any questions that I might not be able to as well. So looking at the site plan, this is obviously where I wish I had the pointer that I didn't bring. This is, and I know probably just about every applicant gets up here and tries to explain to you why their property is so unique. But this property is really, truly a unique property. I swear to you, it's a unique property.
Really unique.
Really. But no, aside from the fact that it is a pretty large property, at least in terms of what surrounds it, it is bounded to the north by what I would call a paper street. If you look at the land, basically to the right would be your north. Oh, you have your directional there. But the land to the right, that strip of land is a paper street, presumably owned by the city. However, it's never been built out or used as an actual street. On the other side of that, to the north, to the right side of the paper street, is land that Peter owns as well. The land shown as the paper street is land that has been fenced in for many years and has been basically incorporated as part of Peter's right side yard. If you look at it, it just looks like it's part of his yard. He maintains it. Arguably, Peter does own the paper street land by virtue of his ownership of the two abutting properties on each side. There is an RSA. You may be familiar with it. I know I've presented the RSA to the board before. The state statute, it's RSA 238:51. It's been basically interpreted to mean that if after a paper street or a street has been shown on a plan like this by a municipality, and it hasn't been from that point, from its point of dedication, constructed, built, otherwise used by the city for a period of 20 years after that dedication, that the ownership of that land, I mean, it's always sort of, the underlying land is always owned by the owners, but any interest the city had is basically released at that point in time. Because there hasn't been any express release of the city's rights, there's no deed, there's no city council vote expressly releasing the city's rights in that land. We are calculating our right side yard setback as if we do not own it. We did that out of an abundance of caution. And, you know, obviously we're showing our boundary accordingly as well. So those are some conditions associated with this property that really do truly make it quite unique. Peter is proposing to vertically expand upon the home and the attached garage. Nothing can be done to these structures that doesn't require zoning relief. The front yard setback is represented to be presently 6 feet. The reality is from pavement, the closest point's 20 feet. The road wasn't built out to the full width that it's shown on the plans. So it does kind of make it look like it's almost like more non-conforming than it really is. Same can be said for the right yard setback. Looks like we're very close to the property boundary, but the reality is it's just complete open space that's arguably owned by Peter as well. So with those facts behind me, I would just turn to the variance criteria. Granting the variances will not be contrary to the public interest, would observe the spirit of the ordinance. I would just back up 1 second, actually. With respect to the attached garage on the right-hand side, the vertical expansion is to accommodate an accessory dwelling unit. I didn't want to just gloss over that fact. Not only are we adding living space to the home by vertically expanding it, but the garage would, above that, would be turned into an ADU that would then comply with all the other requirements for an ADU within the district. So turning back to the variance criteria, granting the variances will not be contrary to the public interest, would observe the spirit of the ordinance. I've always said that the primary purpose behind the building setbacks is to protect light, air, and space between abutting properties. The vertical expansion of this property, the house and the garage, would not have any impact upon the light, air, and space of any abutters. The structures on the closest I can't say the closest abutting properties, but the closest structures to this property are still a pretty considerable distance away. That would be the home across the street to the front, which is a pretty significant distance away from the front of Peter's home. And then the property to the left is also a considerable distance away from where this will be expanded upon. And then, of course, you have unbuildable land to the north and I-95 to the rear. The new staircase and deck that would access the ADU on the right side are only going to encroach just slightly more into the setback than what exists right now. And the improvements that are proposed are really designed to improve the appearance and the functionality of the existing home without creating any real impact upon abutters. I would submit to the board that the improvements are consistent with the character of the surrounding neighborhood, which contains many homes that are similar in height and scale. So for these reasons, I don't believe that granting the variances would in any negative way alter the essential character of the neighborhood or represent any threat to public health, safety, or welfare. Overall, I would submit that the relief is pretty reasonable in light of the circumstances. Substantial justice will be done by granting the variances. Denying the variances in this instance wouldn't really have any tangible public benefit. The home and attached garage are already non-conforming with respect to the front and side yard setbacks. That's a common characteristic throughout the neighborhood if you do look at the tax map, which I had submitted with the application package. So there are very few ways, if any, in which these structures could be improved without requiring variance relief, at least in any reasonable way. Therefore, the loss to the applicant in this instance outweighs any potential gain to the public. Values of surrounding properties will not be diminished. The improved appearance of the existing home and garage, it will be architecturally consistent, I think, with many other homes in the area, but the improved appearance should really just benefit surrounding property values. Literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship. I've already identified many of the reasons why the property is very unique in its environment, but again, just to briefly summarize, it's quite large in the context of the neighborhood. It is one of the very few properties that actually meets the 15,000 square foot requirement for the SRB zoning district in that area. If you look at the larger tax map, there's hardly any properties that meet it. It is bordered to the west by I-95, bordered to the north by unbuildable land that's arguably all owned by Peter. And again, the closest structures that would potentially be impacted, other homes, are a considerable distance away. So for these reasons, there is no fair and substantial relationship between the general purpose of the ordinance provisions, this being the setback provisions really, and their application to the property. Lastly, the proposed use is reasonable. Single-family homes with accessory dwelling units are permitted and encouraged within the SRB zoning district. This meets all the ADU requirements with the exception of us having already an existing non-conforming home with respect to the front and right yard setbacks. And there is a sufficient land area to sustain the use. So in conclusion, I believe that the application meets the 5 criteria for granting the variances. Happy to answer any questions. Peter, if you don't already know him, he's a fantastic plumber, highly recommend, but he's also here to answer any questions about his intent with the property. And Matt Beebe's here, excellent designer, can answer any questions that you have with respect to the design.
Any questions from the board at this point? Anyone have anything?
Excuse me.
Oh, okay, apparently not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in favor of this proposal? Anyone in favor? Anyone on the Zoom, Mr. Smith? No? Okay. Anyone present wish to speak in opposition? Anyone in opposition? No? Anyone to, for, or against? Last call for speakers. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Okay. We've heard the proposal. Board, what's your pleasure?
Again, I've spoken a lot, so I'm going to let somebody else do it.
Oh, I don't think it's any complaints. Mr. Mantle?
Yeah, I will make a motion to approve as presented.
Thank you. Second on that motion? Mr. Rossi, thank you. Mr. Manley, your motion, please.
As far as the 5 criteria go, the variance requests are minimal, but granting the variance would not be contrary to the public interests. The spirit of the ordinance is observed, and I do agree with Attorney Durbin. It's a really, really unique lot. Granting the variance, substantial justice is done. The values of surrounding property would not be diminished. If anything, they'd be enhanced, and literal enforcement of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship. So, for those reasons, I made the motion.
Very good, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
I
Mr.
agree with
Rossi?
the stated reasons.
Thank you, all right. Anything further? Any further comment before we vote on the motion, which to is approve the proposal as presented? All right, Mr. Rossi?
Yes.
Ms. Margison?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
And Mr. Mantle?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. You're all approved.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, almost too easy. Okay. All right. Turning the page, making progress here. We're at item H on the agenda this evening, which is the request of English and Hopkins LLC owner for property located at 57 Sherburne Avenue, whereas relief is needed to construct a new single-family dwelling which requires the following. 1. Variances from section 10.521 to allow A, 34% building coverage where 25% is the maximum allowed. B, a 16-foot rear yard where 20 feet is required. And C, a 5.5-foot front yard where 15 feet is required. Said property is located on Assessor Map 113 as Lot 22-1 and lies within the General Residence A GRA District. And who presents this proposal?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, again, Derek Durbin. I'm here on behalf of the owner and applicant for the application that's before you for 57 Sherburne Avenue, otherwise known as Lot 22-1. I also have with me Tim Kevaney, who is one of the owners of English and Hopkins LLC, which owns the property. He owns it with his wife, Ann Kevaney. I also have Ed Patnod, who is the builder for the presumed project. Again, another very unique property. But what I would point out here, and I think what does make this pretty unique, is that on June 18th of 2009, this board did review this property. It granted several variances to John Martin, who was the owner at the time, to allow for the creation of this particular lot as an undersized lot within the GRA zoning district. It was part of Mr. Martin's lot at 60 Elwyn Avenue, which abuts it to the rear. Following the ZBA approval in 2019, Mr. Martin also received the subdivision approval, which was later recorded, creating the 2943 square foot lot. If you look at the plans that were approved in 2019, you will see, and this is what makes it unique, is that there was a 917 square foot building envelope shown for a single family home on that on that plan for the property. You'll also see a notation for building coverage on that plan that was approved of 31.2% for proposed building coverage. For reasons that I can't exactly recall at the time, I believe, from my notes, I can kind of figure out why no building coverage variance was applied for. it would appear that at the time the plan was approved, and I'm sure this obviously wasn't something that just went by the planning staff or the board either when we showed the footprint. It was because the design hadn't been finalized by Mr. Martin. And I think that's evidenced by the fact that, you know, the stairways and associated appurtenances to the home weren't actually shown in that plan. You start to show those things in the plan, it drives the need for some additional relief, the relief that's being requested here tonight. What's actually being proposed on the plan is the same exact building footprint that was shown, except that you have the staircases, front and rear, being added to it. That drives the need for a 4-foot variance in the rear yard setback. Also drives that with, I should also point out, AC condensing unit pads. Drives the need for a slight deviation in what was shown on that original conceptual plan for the additional building coverage, which is now closer to 34% from the 31.2 that was showed on that original plan before the ZBA, before this board in 2019. Before Mr. Martin could realize his dream for the property, it was sold to my clients. They also own, they've lived in the neighborhood for quite a while. They also own Mr. Martin's former house lot at 60 Elwyn Avenue. That they live in that house, and obviously hoping to then build a new single-family home on this particular lot, which you know, it was always the intent. So I would also just point out, aside from the differences between that 2019 plan, which I just touched upon, and now the Cavanese are also showing a garden shed, a 48 square foot garden shed. That's driving a little bit of the request for the relief. So that is one other difference from that plan that was shown to the board in 2019. You know, I did make a request for a front yard setback variance in the application. We don't believe one's needed, and this is kind of like that special exception request you have before you tonight. I think the staff agrees with me, none is needed. Under section 10.516.10 of the ordinance, that's where you can use the basically the average alignment of principal structures within 200 feet on the same side of the street to calculate your front yard setback. In this instance, it's 1.6 feet. Out of an abundance of caution, we're more like 5 or 6 feet. We applied for the relief in case anybody were to dispute what that average alignment is. So that is driving the need for the front yard setback request. I would point out that my clients have removed the hot tub structure that was shown previously on the plans that encroached in the 10-foot left yard setback. They will also, as a stipulation, if this were approved tonight, be removing the existing shed. That was actually a stipulation of the board previously, I believe in 2019, but I just wanted to make it clear anything else that, you know, of those nonconformities being removed. Because the building envelope on this particular lot is so tight, there is really no realistic way to build a reasonably sized single-family home without requesting the variances that are before you tonight. Turning to the criteria, granting the variances will not be contrary to the public interest, would observe the spirit of the ordinance. Quoting from the ordinance itself, the goal of GRA zoning is to provide areas for single-family, two-family, and multifamily dwellings with appropriate accessory uses at moderate to high densities. I did a survey of the neighborhood. Of the 11 other properties between Elwyn and Sherwin Avenues, only 3 actually comply with the building coverage requirement based on the assessing records. 5 of the properties actually exceed, of that 11, exceed the 34% that's being requested tonight. I would submit to the board the building coverage requested for the property is consistent with the essential character of this particular neighborhood, this block, which does consist of relatively small, densely developed lots with tall, narrow homes. Most of the other 11 properties on this block also have structures that encroach into one or more of the required building setbacks, as you'll see on the tax map that's included with your package. The 4-foot rear yard setback variance requested by the applicant is pretty minor when you consider the fact that it isn't like an addition or a structure going back there. it's a structure by definition, but really it's just a stairway and a landing or a deck, whatever you want to call it, to the back of the home. It's nothing that would impinge upon the abutting property owner's light, air, and space, which is the primary concern with respect to requesting a deviation and a setback. I'd also point out, obviously, that my clients are the current owners of the closest abutting property to the rear that would be impacted. For these reasons, granting the variance would be consistent with the spirit of the ordinance, which is to provide for moderate to high density, and it's consistent with the prevailing character of the neighborhood as well. Granting the relief certainly wouldn't threaten public health, safety, or welfare in any way. Substantial justice will be done by granting the variances. Denying the variances would lead to an unduly harsh result. Client had done the due diligence on the property, had confirmatory emails as well from Juliet Walker at the time about its buildability and ability to build within the footprint that was originally shown. And I think it was understood as well by the board, despite the fact that the coverage relief wasn't specifically requested in 2019, that the intent was obviously to build a single-family home on the property that's consistent with this. For these reasons, the loss to the applicant, if the variances were denied, would be outweigh any tangible gain to the public. The value surrounding properties would not be diminished by granting the variances. I think precedent shows throughout Portsmouth, particularly this area of Portsmouth, that surrounding property values should go up. There are some nearby examples. I represented SAI Builders on a couple application requests before the board within the past 3 years, who have redeveloped non-conforming lots in this neighborhood, and whether all of us like it, the values actually have increased rather significantly. I can't afford the homes, but the values have gone up. I don't think there's any argument to the contrary in this respect. Literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship. There is really only one property in the neighborhood that's smaller in dimension. So given the relatively small size of the property in comparison with the surrounding properties, and then coupled with its limited building envelope, it really isn't possible to build a reasonably sized home, a single family home at least, without requesting this relief. So for these reasons, there is no fair and substantial relationship between the general purpose of the ordinance provisions and their application to the property. Finally, the proposed use is reasonable. It's a permitted use within the GRA zoning district. It's consistent with the character of that particular neighborhood. So for these reasons, I believe that the application meets the 5 criteria for granting the variances, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions from the board at this point? No, apparently not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else present who would like to speak in favor of this proposal? Anybody on Zoom? No, Mr. Stith? No? Okay. Anyone present or on Zoom who would like to speak in opposition? Anyone who'd like to speak to, for, or against? Any speakers at all? Lost call? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. We've heard the proposal. Board, what's your discussion, or perhaps even a motion at this point?
I move to approve the variance as requested.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Mantle. Excuse me, sorry. Your motion, Mr. Rossi.
I think that granting the variance would be consistent with the public interest in that there's a need in Portsmouth for increasing housing stock, and this helps satisfy that need. It's in keeping with the spirit of the ordinance in terms of the density for that zoning district. Substantial justice would be done, as there is no harm to the public that outweighs the benefit to the property owner. I do not see granting the variance as diminishing the value of the surrounding properties, given the character of the neighborhood and the nearby homes. And in terms of unnecessary hardship, I think the new owners purchased the property with a reasonable expectation that minor adjustment to the square footage of the planned structure would not be an encumbrance to the development that has already been set in motion by previous actions.
Thank you. Mr. Mannell.
I agree with Mr. Rossi. I would add that, the rear yard setback, that's 4 feet, that's minor, and the 34% building coverage, they've already been granted 30, so the extra 4% for the stairs is minor to me as well, so I will support the motion.
Thank you. Anybody, anything further from the board? Anything at all? Okay. We'll take the vote. The motion is to approve as presented. Mr. Rossi?
Yes.
Ms. Margison?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
And Mr. Mannell?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. You're all approved.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, here we go.
Last one. Everybody.
Okay, that brings us up to item HI on the last page of our agenda. And it reads as follows. The request of Randy and Jeff Collins, owners, for property located at 77 Meredith Way, whereas relief is needed to subdivide one lot into 2 lots, which requires the following. 1, a variance from section 10.521 to allow 73 feet of frontage for Lot A and 31 feet of frontage for Lot B, where 100 feet is required for both. Said property is located on Assessor Map 162 as Lot 16 and lies within the General Residence A GRA District. Who presents this property, please?
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Chris Mulligan from Boson and Associates here in Portsmouth. I represent Jeff and Randy Collins, who are here with me to my left. Also with us is Brenda Culbrough from TF Moran, the project engineer for this proposal. The property that we're talking about is 77 Meredith Way. Similar to the last application you heard, we're looking to obtain approval in order to be able to build a single-family dwelling on a lot in the General Residence A district. The Collinses acquired this property, I think, last March. There's an existing dwelling on the property that they quickly determined was substandard and would not be a candidate for any type of rehabilitation or renovation in its current condition. So what they've attempted to do is come up with a scenario in which they can replace the existing dwelling with a modern, more amenable dwelling, and in doing that, they would like to avail themselves of the opportunity to subdivide this property and add an additional single-family dwelling on a new lot. This is an unusually large parcel. It's almost 3 times the required lot area for the General Residence A district. It's at the end of a dead-end street. The street itself ends approximately 31 feet into the Collins's property, and then there's a paper street that extends on the maps that we've seen all the way to Stark Street in some maps. But so it abuts a partially built paper street, and across the paper street is the public park. Now, the city's position on partially built paper streets is that the unbuilt portion of the street does not count as street frontage. However, the lot as it exists is shown on a plan that predates 1966. So this particular lot is deemed compliant with the frontage requirement under 10.312.10. It doesn't have 100 feet of continuous street frontage, but it's old enough and has existed long enough that it's deemed compliant. By right, on this particular property, we could build a two-family dwelling with up to 25% building coverage. That would not require any relief from this board. My clients feel that that would be a project that would be less in character and in keeping with the existing Creek neighborhood. A duplex simply would, in our opinion, be out of place. And so instead, what we're proposing is to subdivide this unusually large lot, and in doing so, comply with all the dimensional requirements other than continuous street frontage. What we're proposing would be to extend Meredith Way from its current terminus such that we would have 73 feet of frontage, more or less, on the first lot and approximately 31 feet of frontage on the second lot. The applicant and the project representatives had a TAC work session about a month ago, and as a result of that, we've produced the design that you see before you. That was only at a work session. This will require further approval from the planning board. Full subdivision approval will be required. We'll have another round of TAC and hopefully get approvals. But so the plan you have in front of you shows the proposed configuration of the driveways and building envelopes. I believe in your staff report there's a proposed stipulation or a proposed acknowledgement that the final designs may change as we move through the TAC process, but the amount of street frontage and the amount of lot coverage that we're proposing will not exceed what we've proposed and what are in the plans that you have now. So what we've submitted, Peter, if you could go back a couple of pages. We have existing conditions. I think if you can scroll down, there were subdivision plans that date back well before 1966. Yeah, I think one of those. Interesting, apparently at one time there was a bridge contemplated to be built across the North Mill Pond, but apparently that never saw the light of day. In addition, Meredith Way, as it was originally laid out, was not fully built. However, that to me is an unusual condition or a unique condition of this property that distinguishes it from others in the neighborhood, such that variances would be appropriate. One thing I want to just mention, again, by right, we can build a two-family dwelling on this property. We don't want to do that. We don't think a duplex is appropriate. But the point is the amount of residential density that we're proposing by the project before you is no different than what we can otherwise obtain by right. So there's no, there should be no concern that what we're proposing is overburdening the land, overcrowding the neighborhood. putting an unacceptable strain in terms of traffic and congestion, because it's all possible right now in terms of density. So that's kind of the overview of the project. To get through the criteria, because I know you've had a long evening, granting the proposed variance will not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the ordinance, nor will it be contrary to the public interest. Here you have to determine whether or not the variance, if granted, would substantially alter the existing characteristics of the neighborhood or threaten the health, safety, or welfare of the public. In this case, clearly, I don't believe either of those would be the case. The essentially residential character of this neighborhood will stay the same, nor would the health, safety, and welfare of the public be threatened. The amount of lot area we have is large enough, it's almost large enough to support three dwellings. We're seeking a second dwelling, so there's plenty of lot area, there's plenty of space to site it. We can get the same amount of residential density anyway, but what we're proposing, we feel, is more in character with the neighborhood and is more beneficial to the neighborhood than a duplex. So the essentially residential character of the neighborhood will not be altered. Health, safety, and welfare of the public will not be threatened. Next, substantial justice would be done by granting the variance. Here, substantial justice requires you to determine whether or not the loss to the applicant is outweighed by some benefit to the public in denying the variance. Here, we don't believe that's the case. The applicants, again, are entitled by right to build a two-family structure and have the amount of density that we're ultimately proposing. A second standalone dwelling on its own lot is far more in keeping with the established neighborhood. So there is no benefit to the public in denying the variances. That is not outweighed by a hardship upon the owner. Values of surrounding properties will not be diminished by granting the variance. What we are proposing will result in newly constructed code-compliant homes with appropriate landscaping, vegetation, and screening. These will increase property values in the neighborhood. There should be no negative effect on properties in the neighborhood. I believe either in connection with this application or an earlier related application, which we've since withdrawn, you've received some communications from abutters concerning ponding and stormwater runoff drainage concerns. A couple of points I'd like to make on those. The relief that we're requesting is frontage relief. We are not requesting any relief for lot coverage. We are not requesting any setback relief to build closer to the affected properties that have articulated drainage concerns. So the values of surrounding properties will not be negatively affected by frontage relief that is being requested and hopefully granted this evening. With respect to the articulated concerns about drainage, in connection with the work that we did with the TAC work session, we've proposed, and you can see this in the plan, some mitigation effects to keep water runoff on our property. On the plan that you have in front of you, or that's up on the screen here, we've proposed installing rain garden to the rear of the second lot and a rain garden towards the front of the second lot, which are the low points, as you can see in the LiDAR map, which is one of the last maps in the package. There, thank you. One of the abutters with property on Thornton Street has complained about the existence of standing water on her property. As you can see from the LiDAR map, that portion of that abutter's property is the lowest point in the vicinity, and where we're proposing to site the new structures is towards the front of our properties, the front of the two lots that would be created. And based on the LiDAR map, the water runoff should run towards Meredith Way, not back towards the rear of the property. But in any event, we are proposing a mitigation system in terms of the rain garden that you see on the proposed site plan, and this does need to go through planning board review. We'll sit with a technical advisory committee, and they'll put us through our paces on any concerns regarding runoff and whatnot regarding the proposed development. And finally, there are special conditions associated with the property that prevent its proper enjoyment under the strict terms of the zoning ordinance. As I said, it's located at the end of a dead-end street. It's a partially unbuilt paper street, and it abuts a substantial portion of undevelopable parkland. It has, if you count the unbuilt portion of the paper street, which I think Attorney Durbin was just stating, you have at least arguably ownership of a portion of the unbuilt portion of the paper street to the center line. We would have more than enough lot area or 3 times the amount of lot area that you would need in the GRA zone. So these are special conditions that distinguish this property from others in the area. What we're proposing is a residential use in a residential zone, which is similar in character and consistent with the existing use of this property and all the others around it. And there is no fair and substantial relationship between the purpose of the frontage requirement and its application to this particular property. There is no overcrowding or overburdening of this property as a result of the lack of 100 feet of continuous street frontage. And again, not to beat this spike into the ground, the amount of density that we're talking about here, 2 households, is permitted by right in just a different configuration. So we believe that what we're proposing is more in keeping with the character of the neighborhood, and the purpose of the frontage requirement would not be frustrated by this project. The last point I would just make is that when we talk about unnecessary hardships, sometimes it's been stated that, well, the fact is you can develop this property in a manner that doesn't require any relief, so you don't have a hardship. I would argue and just remind you that the standard is not impossibility. The standard is unnecessary hardship. Is the restriction necessary to protect the public from some type of externality that would come from the development of this proposal? And again, we can develop this property in a manner that would have the exact same density, but we believe 2 lots with a single-family house on each is more appropriate than a duplex that accomplishes the same amount of density. And I think that's everything I have. If you have any questions.
Any questions from the board, from anybody? Mr. Mantle?
Yes, sir.
So if I gather the presentation, I'm going through the numbers as well. Meredith Way ends at your property. 37 feet into it.
I think 31, maybe? But yes,
Okay.
it does.
But on paper, it goes on for another 110 feet on your property, plus another 100 feet on the property behind you that we see in the pictures. How does the property in the pictures that has its back to your property, how do they access their property? Is it on Meredith Way or is it from Stark Street?
Are you talking about this property?
Yes.
So that actually has, that actually was the subject of relief before this board maybe 10 years ago. That actually has a driveway off of Pine Street.
Really?
Yep. Right?
And they own that lot? The lot in front of it? Because I'm looking at 162-17 and 162-18 to get the access to Pine Street.
162.18, come here a second, do you know?
Because that's the map I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, that one. That is not built, apparently. That's vacant. 18.
So they went across the paper street to get to Pine Street
Yeah,
and across the public park as well.
that's my understanding. My
On the map,
recollection
yeah,
is.
Yep, they have a driveway that accesses
Okay.
off of Pine Street, and it looks like it goes through Park and the paper street.
These are the people who sent in the letter who don't want the extension of Meredith Way.
I don't think that's the case.
A letter from
I could be wrong.
Chapnick?
I believe David Chapnick lives at 97 Meredith Way, which is on the other side.
Okay.
But
Okay.
that's my understanding.
So if Meredith Way was there, the whole thing, you wouldn't be here.
Well, we would be here because we would,
Still
you're
need the
saying if it was
two-family, the whole
built.
bit, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we still wouldn't have 100 feet of continuous street frontage for each lot.
Yeah, but you'd be 25 feet short on each lot, or you'd be
Yeah.
short on one and,
Yeah, and the original subdivision map that we provided shows how these were originally laid out as 50-foot lots, and a lot of these lots are much smaller. Because that's the way this was laid out well before zoning.
Okay.
But yeah.
no, because, looking at that and the discussion about Meredith Way and paper streets, seems to be a paper street night. I couldn't figure out how the house you see in the distance, the blue house, how they access it. Thanks for that clarification.
You're welcome.
Okay, that's it.
Okay, yeah, I remember that case. Anybody else? Anything, at this point, no? Yeah, Ms. Margison.
So, street frontage, it provides uniformity. That's why the city generally requires it. It's hard to see how that applies to this area, given how irregular this Meredith Way is. That's just an observation. We had an application for a very small street frontage and off of Elwyn and McNabb. I think this is different just because this is a really different kind of area.
Yeah, and the other thing, I think I put this in my materials, but as it stands now, I think there's only two properties that actually access Meredith Way. There are more that have frontage, but there are only two driveways. This would only be the third active driveway. Is that correct? If this is approved.
Okay, thank you. I just, something to point out. This is a night of very
Unique.
applications. Exactly.
Anybody else? Good, that's not, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else present to speak in favor of this proposal? Anybody else present to speak in opposition? Or whichever, come on up.
My name's David Chapnick, and I'm immediately adjacent at 97 Meredith Way.
Okay.
I'm here to speak in support of Jeff and Randy's proposal for subdivision. And I just wanted to also sort of lay out, based on the application that I saw, a couple different concerns I just wanted to make sure are considered as part of that subdivision. So as they've requested 2 single-family homes, in keeping with the nature of the neighborhood, the characteristics of the neighborhood, I am in full support of that. I would just ask that as part of the stipulation of granting the driveway, if it's possible, to also add a stipulation on the deed that these are not to be then permitted to then have 2 separate pairs of multifamily homes or additional in-law apartments granted on either property once sort of move forward from here. So just to maintain the consistent residential density that we have on Meredith Way, which is a pretty short dead-end street as it is, with a park abutting right there with lots of kids playing up and down the street and in the park back and forth. I also noticed in the application that there are sort of 2 different sorts of home sizes being requested, and I'm not really sure which it was. There was one originally that was around, I think, a footprint of a bit over 1,500 square feet, and it's 1,561 square feet. And then these, as shown, I think, unless I'm misinterpreting the map, which is possible, being asked for a square footage of 2,400 square feet, which would allow for a pretty ginormous house or pair of houses at the end of this little street, which doesn't actually keep in the nature of the characteristics of the neighborhood. So I just ask that the home that was sort of initially requested, which was further down in the application, sort of be the one that's granted here, because I think this is now pushing to the very maximum limits of what's possible on what will now go from very large lot to somewhat much smaller lots, which is no longer consistent with the nature of the neighborhood. I don't support, I know it's a paper street, I don't support the extension of Meredith Way. I believe the original application conversation with Jeff and Randy, what they were hoping to do was to go off sort of the corner of the end of Meredith Way as it is currently for a driveway. I'm very much in support of that. Extending the street, if you guys know it, would require removing a lot of vegetation, trees, and sort of the last bit of forest there that we have in our little part of the neighborhood, which abuts and creates the boundary for the park. So that would be changed pretty significantly for the neighborhood as it is. So would ask that we don't actually extend Meredith Way if at all possible and create the driveway with Meredith Way in place and intact as it is right now. The last piece is that there is pretty significant water issues on Meredith Way, as has been noted by a number of my neighbors in the past. I would just hope that with any sort of building that's happening, especially at sort of the scale and now doubling the size of homes that are there, that'll create additional impermeable surface that I think will lead to some pretty significant water issues, as we've had them on our own property immediately adjacent there to the left in the back corner quite a bit. And I know that further as well, sort of extending Meredith Way would also likely bring about more additional water issues. So I would just ask that, again, as part of the conditions of granting this variance, that for future building and the creation of this, that there's some kind of a plan and some kind of an assessment for how to abate the water issue as well, so it doesn't negatively impact neighbors as other building has done in the past. I appreciate that they're putting in a rain garden. I think that's a fantastic step. And also, I don't know if that will actually mitigate the challenges that could be present by building at this sort of scale. So assuming those stipulations sort of are sort of addressed in some way, I'm very much in support of the creation of 2 single-family homes at the end of Meredith. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Ms. Margison.
So I just, not so much a question, well, there is one question, perhaps it's for Chris too, but just, I appreciate your concerns. I'm thank you for coming out to speak tonight, but a lot of the things that you brought up are not things that this board can do. They're planning board issues. We can't put stipulations on deeds. The variance request is actually very limited. It's for less frontline lottage, or whatever it's called, I forget. It's late, sorry.
Street frontage.
Street frontage than is required by zoning, and that's the only thing that we're being asked to consider tonight. So in terms of the structure, and this was something I'd actually meant to ask Attorney Mulligan, but on that first photograph that you provided us, there's a very large structure to the right of the existing building. That's a single-family home, correct? It's your very first photograph.
Yes, that, I believe, is a photograph of 55 Pine Street, which is the property
Single-family home.
Mr. Mano was talking about.
Yeah, Jeff and Abigail's.
Okay.
That is a very large structure, so it's not like there aren't some other large structures in that area, so.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chris.
Okay, anybody else?
Yes, I have two on Zoom.
Okay, great,
Donna Splain.
okay.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, your address, please?
Yes, my name is Donna Splain, and I am currently on 295 Bartlett Street. That's my address.
Thank you. Go ahead. Go right ahead.
I am here to support the Randy and Jeff Collins petition. And I also want to state that I am an abutter. I received an abutter's notice, and I park on Meredith Way. I understand Attorney Bozen said that there were 2 properties that had driveways. I don't have a driveway on Meredith Way, but I do park on it. The other one is Dave and Jen. Dave just spoke, so I'm the other one up on the corner lot. I wanted to clarify Attorney Bozen's Paper Street position. It's my understanding that the city had a dirt road here like 45 years ago that actually veered in front. Meredith Way used to be a dirt road, and it came down and went onto Pine Street. It was a continuous road, but as a dirt road, it wasn't maintained by the city. And it was actually called Pine Street. I don't know where he got the diagram that you were looking at that showed, it was kind of confusing, showed a paper street in back of the Collins's property. But anyway, from historic conversations in the neighborhood, I have learned that the city decided to take possession of this right-of-way or access to the west side of Pine Street Park, and they shortened the dirt road, made it a dead end, and gave it a different city name called Meredith Way. So the city's solution to a street that was a Y-shaped was to avoid confusion in emergency situations, and this is how the street was established. I also want to make note of, I don't know who the board member was, it was the woman who was speaking about the property in back of 77 Meredith Way. That property used to be owned and was built by the Collins. They purchased that property and tore down the house, took down all the trees, and built that large house. So we just don't want that to happen on Meredith Way again. Like I said, I'm in support of them subdividing this lot that they purchased, but I understand you can't put any conditions on a deed, but you can put conditions on a piece of property that's going to be accessed as a driveway. So I'm asking that you grant the variance for the new driveway to be able to be subdivided, their property to be able to be subdivided. But first, just affirm what exists now by putting a condition in writing on the existing driveway access by stating that the approved variance is based upon the current driveway only servicing the single-family home that exists now. Also, again, approve the petitioner's request for a variance for the additional driveway to subdivide and grant their variance with the written condition they suggested that the new driveway be installed to service only a single-family home. And if possible, I ask that the board's conditions state that each driveway specifically service only single-family home, to include no mother-in-law apartments, and be subject to future owners that may acquire the use of either driveway. Thank you.
Thank you. This is the Chairman Parrott. Just a point of clarification for your own information. That was Attorney Mulligan who was speaking, not Attorney Bozen. But Attorney Mulligan is in the Bozen.
Bozen.
Law.
Okay,
You got
I'm
the
sorry.
right firm. You got the right law. You got the right firm. And let me just give you another
I'm sorry.
He's
just trying to help, Chris.
He's smiling, but just to give you another, as a general comment, many of the things that you have requested are well beyond the scope of this board. We only deal with the issues that are defined in the agenda, as I read at the beginning of the question, and as good as some of those sound, they simply aren't within the power of the board, even if we were so declined to do it, because we can't expand beyond what's presented to us for consideration and decision tonight. So it may seem like dividing up the question into little bits, but that's the way the system works. So we only, as I said, tonight we're only dealing with frontage on lots A and lots B. So.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, and I hope you take into consideration the historical information that I have received from the neighborhood.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
As far as how the street was developed. I don't know anything about the paper street being in back of their property. To overextend what is there now, I would be opposed to.
Okay.
Given the fact that you have told me that my request is over and above what your abilities are to make a judgment on.
Yes, thank you for the history. That's very interesting. Anything further?
Yes, we have Aaron Long.
Okay.
Hey, Aaron Long here. I just purchased the property at 255 Thornton Street, which abuts this property at the back. Just as a point of clarification, 55 Pine Street, which is next to 77 Meredith Way, which you were asking, is that a single-family home? I believe that's a two-family home. The property card shows that. So that's why it's so large. So at 255 Thornton, we've been here less than a month. We've learned about some pretty significant water issues here, as far as drainage coming from properties that are upslope, 77 Meredith Way being one of them, 55 Pine Street being the other. And I think if Meredith Way is extended and we're then covering what is now permeable surface with pavement, that's even more water that's not going to soak into the ground. And I do see proposed rain gardens, but it would be nice to know whether those are, have been or will be professionally designed, and how much they're going to be able to handle. We're already working with somebody from Rye Beach Landscaping, trying to figure out what we can do to mitigate the issues that are exacerbated by the land behind us sloping into our lot, along with our neighbors who I think they were mentioned earlier as having been in opposition for the same reason.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Anything further?
No, Donna Swain has her hand up, but I don't know if it's still.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I
Okay,
don't.
that's all right. Just
I will lower my hand.
thank you.
Thank you. A virtual hand. Yeah. Okay. Anybody, last call. 2 for or against speakers.
Mr. Chair, just briefly, I think most of the concerns that have been stated by the speakers are planning issues. The one thing I wanted to just point out, though, if you look again at the LIDOR map, the last speaker was concerned about extending Meredith Way and how that would potentially impact runoff to the rear of his property on Thornton Street. If you look at the LIDOR map, the Meredith Way is lower than the property. Meredith Way itself is at the low point of the property. Water would not run uphill from Meredith Way over my client's property onto Thornton Street. So that, the extension of the road itself would have no impact on the backyards in Thornton Street. With respect to the other issues, we are proposing some mitigation. The planning board will have to review the proposed rain gardens and make a determination as to what we need to do to keep our runoff onto our property, and we'll obviously comply with those. Other than that, we're not asking for any relief from lot coverage, so we're proposing to build what we would otherwise be able to build by right, and we're not proposing, again, to build any closer to these other properties. No setback relief is being requested at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, last call. We're all clear on Zoom?
Yes.
Okay. That closes the public hearing. We have a issue before us, board. What's your pleasure? Anybody inclined to have a comment, or?
I have a comment and a motion.
Okay.
So I think that's a pretty novel approach to satisfying the frontage requirement, just extend the street. So, but I'd be prepared to make a motion to approve this application as presented.
All right. That is a motion?
It is a motion.
That is a motion. Wonderful. Is there a second to that motion, please, to approve as presented?
Seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi. Okay. Mr. Lee, your motion.
All right, so I'll just say that this, the first two criteria, this variance is not contrary to public interest and the spirit of the ordinance is observed. You know, this proposed use doesn't conflict with any of the explicit or implicit purposes of the ordinance. As I think Ms. Murchison pointed out, the purpose of frontage is to influence the density of neighborhoods, and the location of this property with, you know, at the end of a dead-end street and a park across there, I really see that sort of as an irrelevant factor in this case. Substantial justice is done, and I think the benefit to the applicant is not outweighed by any harm to the general public or anyone else. Certainly, the value of the property, surrounding properties, won't be diminished by the addition of two new code-compliant homes in the neighborhood. And literal enforcement of the ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship. I think the applicants established this property is burdened by a zoning restriction that's distinct from other similarly situated properties. And Peter, I think there's a note here for a staff comment that we'd like to incorporate.
Yes, I was going to ask if you would consider.
Yeah, so I would incorporate into my motion that the proposed house plans are conceptual and may change from what was presented to the board, as long as they conform to the requirements of the zoning ordinance. So that would be my motion.
I have nothing further to add.
You concur? Thank you. Okay. Okay. And you concur with the stipulation,
yes, I concur.
obviously. Ms. Margison.
I just want to clarify that the street frontage is really for uniformity, not to control density. And I think it's less applicable in this situation.
Okay, anybody got anything further before we take a vote on this motion, which is to approve? Okay, apparently not. Mr. Rossi?
Yes.
Ms. Margison?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Mantle?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. It's passed. You're welcome. You as well.
Motion to adjourn?
No, well, I just want to repeat two things. Two things quickly.
Too quick.
One Walton Alley, as indicated earlier, has been postponed, and 111 State Street has been withdrawn. So obviously neither will be dealt with tonight, and we have a motion to adjourn. Is that unanimous?
Second, yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Done. We are adjourned.